for the what even is the name of this race? The Anduril 250, I think. Yeah, Anduril. I have no idea if I'm pronouncing that right, but yeah, we're here for the NASCAR Cup Series race at the Naval Base Coronado. Welcome on in. Hopefully everybody's having a fantastic day. Yeah, we are here. They're doing a course preview here. They had a helicopter dropping watermelons at what looked like William Byron. Yep, because William Byron's sponsored by Anduril. All right, but yeah, man, I'm loving the Prime broadcast so far. I've been watching some of the pre-race here while we've been getting everything all set up here, and yeah, I love the look of the Naval Base Coronado. I've loved the racing the last 2 days, although I will say the O'Reilly Series was a little bit sloppy and there was that one really hard hit, but all things considered, I think it was an awesome race, and we've had some awesome racing so far this weekend, and I hope it doesn't stop anytime soon. All right, we're nearing the end of the IndyCar race. We got Lundgaard, Malukas, Rahal, Power, Simpson, Palou going to be coming from 6th here. Okay, let's go ahead and get this up in a spot where I can see it, and we will call the end of the IndyCar race. How does that feel for you guys? You guys like the idea of us calling the end of the IndyCar race? All right, there we go. Let's lock in here. We are set up and ready. All right, again, they're under caution. They're going to be coming to green with 1 to go. Green flag is out, and they are racing here at Road America for the NTT IndyCar Series. White flag, 1 lap to go. Green and white flags waving at the same time. 1 lap dash here. Palou going to try and go from 6th to 1st here. You've got Lundgaard, Malukas, Power, Rahal, Simpson all in front of him. All of them going to try and stop Palou from winning here. Christian Lundgaard looking for a win here. David Malukas still looking for his first career IndyCar Series win. Will Power, a multi-time winner here, also looking to try and get his first win for his new team. Graham Rahal hasn't won in a long time. NASCAR cars are rolling onto the track. And yeah, we are set up and ready for this one. Kevin Simpson, another driver looking for his first win. And oh no, Pato O'Ward looks like he may have stalled at the bottom of the hill here. It was one of the papaya cars. Might have been... Oh, no, it was Nolan Siegel. Sorry, Nolan Siegel is the car that has stalled here in the NTT IndyCar Series race. So it looks like Nolan Siegel is out, but there's not going to be a caution as he is far enough back, and it's the last lap anyway. They're not going to throw the caution and end this race early. So far, though, Palou has not managed to make a single pass as of now. Looks like this race is going to be between Lundgaard and Malukas, and so far it looks like Christian Lundgaard. Oh, spin! It's Graham Rahal spins into the sand trap, and Christian Lundgaard is going to be given the victory here as the caution flag flies. Christian Lundgaard, your NTT IndyCar Series winner at Road America, driving for Arrow McLaren. There it is. Man, that was awesome. Yeah, and comes down the finish. David Malukas 2nd. Kiffin Simpson going to come across in 3rd. Palou 4th. Power 5th. Rossi 6th. 7th will be McLaughlin. 8th is Rosenquist. 9th, Christian Joseph Newgarden. And running out the top 10 today is Ferrucci. Kirkwood, Dixon, Award, Erickson, and Foster, your top 15. Grosjean, Collette, Mick Schumacher, 16th, 17th, and 18th, respectively. And that is all they're showing on their leaderboard. So, for the moment, that is all we've got. If they show the rest of the leaderboard in a minute, I will let you know. But there we go. Graham Rahal is up and out of the car. Glad to see Graham Rahal's okay. We always like to celebrate when we see these drivers get out of these cars after some gnarly incidents. Hey, Trev, how's it going? We were just reacting to the end of the IndyCar race, and yeah, Graham Rahal got turned there. Chase Elliott starting 30th. Don't know what he's going to do. It's going to come down to the crashes, I think. All right, they're going through the naval base layout here. So let's see. So turn 1, then you got 2, 3, and 4 here. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 turns. That last chicane there that they don't even label at a corner, that's where Tyler Reef lost the Truck Series race. He was leading going into the final set of corners and just missed the corner and dropped to 19th instead of winning the race. I feel so bad for Tyler Reif. Reef, I don't know how to pronounce it. I didn't go back and watch the TV broadcast yet to see how it was pronounced. So we got SVG and Carson Hocevar on the front row. SVG, in practice, didn't look great, but yesterday's O'Reilly race was crazy. They knocked the wall in about 3 to 6 feet. Yeah, I'm kind of glad I didn't stream that one just because of how long that break was. With no racing action, I would have absolutely been struggling to run out of things to talk about. But yeah, we got Zilich in row 4, still looking for his first top 10 of the season. Michael McDowell and Austin Hill, yesterday's O'Reilly Series winner, rolling off from row number 5. Row 6 is where we start finding our first few Toyotas. Ty Gibbs and Bubba Wallace in row 6. Then you've got Corey Heim, the third best Toyota of the day. Corey Heim and Kyle Larson sharing a row there. So we got some interesting drivers here, and they're going through what I'm going to call turn 16 at least, the final chicane there that kind of leads them back to the start-finish line. But yeah, so again, I also saw both Bob Pockrass and Denny Hamlin arguing about what the estimated lap time under caution here is going to be. But yeah, Denny Hamlin said to expect about 10 minutes per caution lap, which not exactly thrilled about that answer because we usually run quite a few caution laps, but we'll have to wait and see here. Kevin Magnussen rolling off in row number 11, driving the Project 91 car, the same car that led SVG to his first career Cup Series win. Riley Herbst and Chastain back in row 12. Row 13 is where we find Denny Hamlin, last week's race winner and on a 3-race win streak, but heading into road courses, which are his kryptonite. He rolls off 26th, and he is going to have a hard time. Next week's going to be more important, though, because that's the first round of the in-season challenge. If he can get through round 1, if he can just survive Ty Dillon this year, he might have a shot at going all the way with how fast he's been on the ovals, but he's got to survive the road course first. Alright, we're almost through the entire starting grid here. A lot of awesome naval destroyers. So there's Chase Elliott in row 15, as you were just talking about, starting in the 30th position. Noah Gragson, I was just rewatching his really bad day back in 2023 at the first Chicago street course. Hopefully it goes better than that did. Stenhouse back in row 17. Jimmy Johnson rolls off from row 18 in what will be his second to last Cup Series start, as I believe it's been confirmed that the next year's Daytona 500 will be his final career Cup Series start. Cody Ware will round out your 39 car field. One last minute update is that the number 20 of Christopher Bell will be, I've heard that he is supposedly going to get out at the first caution flag period and hand driving duties over to young driver Brent Cruz to essentially relief drive for him, which makes sense. This is a rough and tumble racetrack. We had also had a long red flag period before the wall incident for the manhole issue on lap 1 for the number 17 car. And I'm sure we'll talk more about that in a bit. So they're talking about the tools for victory: save some tires, patience, and more patience. And concrete is bad. All three seem like fairly simple things. Chase Elliott has 7 road course wins, tied for the 3rd most all time. Yep. And I'll say, so far, though, SVG is coming for that overall race win thing, which I'll give him credit that, I mean, he's been impressive, but when it comes to when it comes to the NASCAR when it comes to the NASCAR drivers from back in the day who have their all-time wins list, at the at the road courses, they only had one. They only had 2 a year. So even if they were dominant, like SVG, they couldn't rack up the number of wins that SVG did. Alright, so there we go. Alright, so the IndyCar race is wrapped up. We are doubled up and ready to go. Green flag is out, and SVG cleared. SVG, are you allowed to change lanes before the start-finish line? Is SVG allowed to start change lanes before the start-finish line? Because he swerved pretty early to clear the car beside him in Carson Hocevar, but say SVG out like a absolute bullet. Jumps out to an early lead here, trying to already gap the field. Meanwhile, Hocevar and the others all fighting for second place here. But yeah, SVG has a lot more road courses, so the fact that he's as dominant as he is also allows him to rack up those wins a lot quicker because he's running 3 times more of them than the NASCAR guys of old ever did. And I don't mind that. I love the fact that we have got more road course appreciation than before, but it does make it so that records from any time prior makes it really hard to count them in the kind of that same boat. Now, win-to-start ratio, sure, you can look at that, and he is absolutely crushing win-to-start ratio at the road courses. In fact, the only road courses he's really struggled at has been Circuit of the Americas every time he's been there. And then that one part-time season that he had in the when he wasn't running for Trackhouse. But once he became full-time, he was just cruising. Alright, so here we go. Again, as I say, people are actually able to keep pretty close to Hocevar's keeping pretty close here as we're working our way through lap number 1. Connor Zilich's trying to get a little aggressive here, trying to make his way up through the grid. That was kind of his problem at Kodo, is that he wasn't aggressive enough and got spun out a couple of times, leading to a mediocre finish. I don't remember what cost him at Watkins Glen and why he didn't get a top 10. Off the top of my head, I probably should have looked it up before we started the stream, but the fact that Zilich still does not have a career top 10 is a little concerning. But yeah, Zilich versus McDowell currently dueling it out for the 8th position. But Mike McDowell, he's one of the best road racers you're going to find in this in the Cup Series. So Zilich competing with one of the best, and at least for the moment, Mike McDowell has cleared Zilich for that 8th position. Blaney, though, currently holding the fastest lap of the day, at least in the early goings. Good job, Brian Blaney, with a slightly faster best lap of all of them. 3/100ths of a mile an hour faster than SVG. Wow. They were all so close on time. Yeah, so I was going through. Yeah, I love how. I love a lot about this track. Looks so beautiful. I will say some of the empty parking lots, I kind of wish that they parked like a big freaking tank. I think that'd be awesome if they parked. Again, it doesn't have to be anything new or anything to where, okay, yeah, you don't want to show off all the best and brightest of our military equipment, but put in like a World War II era tank in some of these empty parking lots. That would be awesome. Or an older fighter jet, something classic that you don't mind somebody knowing that. Oh yeah, look, it's here. Oh, there goes Austin Dillon's around. Austin Dillon has spun around. It looks like we are not going to get a caution flag for that as long as he can get it back going. 20 laps, and by the way, the stages are 20 laps, and 35 laps to the checkers. But all things considered, I think we got our. Oh, and they have still not gotten Austin Dillon going yet. That is going to be a question as to what do they do. My guess is they're going to try and wait until Dillon is until they're coming back around to Dillon's section right now, which I will say I love the fact they have the track map. Oh, Dillon's back going again. Oh, and backs it up. And he's gone. He's going. All right, All right, let's see what actually happened to him. He tried to close the door, and AJ Allmendinger was there. I don't think he knew Allmendinger was there. Allmendinger kind of got there at the very last second, and yeah, just kind of. Again, I don't think he knew Allmendinger was there. Allmendinger maybe should have lifted a little bit to let Dillon get down there, because again, that was a very late move to make, but yeah, ultimately just a wrong place, wrong time for both of them. Obviously worked out worse for Dillon than it did for Allmendinger, but all things considered, this has been a pretty good race. Oh, let's go ahead and approve that. Yeah, a little beating and banging. I always love a little bit of contact. Here we go, Carson Hocevar to the lead. Michael McDowell takes the fastest lap award, but Carson Hocevar just took the lead of the race. There we go. So Michael McDowell up about 0.5 of a mile an hour over SVG. But there we go. That is something significant. And something we don't see very often. Somebody outpowered SVG at a road course. Carson Hocevar just made a pass on him. SVG gets him back in the next set of corners here, but Hocevar just made a statement here. And there goes McDowell making his way past Daniel Suarez here. A lot of drivers trying to manage their way through this very crowded pack of cars. Again, some of these parts of the track are a lot more cramped than others. Other sections of this track are wide open for going 3, 4, 5 wide. But you'll never see them go 4 or 5 wide because, again, if they do go 4 or 5 wide, they'll never make it through the next set of corners where it tightens up to about 2 wide maximum. But here comes Ryan Blaney. Ryan Blaney, the next one to try and take a lap away from SVG. Not able to get there by the end of the lap, but 0.081 the gap at the line. Ryan Blaney. Blaney is right on the tail of SVG. McDowell gets by Carson Hocevar, and he is starting to make his way up the grid. McDowell to 4th, Priest up to 3rd here. We got ourselves a pretty good race, all things considered. Everything going on, it's looking pretty good. But yeah, Carson Hocevar is absolutely entertaining. But right now, Mike McDowell, I think, is the one I want to obviously bias included. But here we go. Ryan Blaney makes a move for the lead. Ryan Blaney is making a move for the lead with authority here, trying to make the pass on SVG. He clears SVG into the carrier corner, on board with SVG. And man, SVG is. You do not see this very often when SVG gets passed twice in 2 laps in a row by drivers on pure pace. Yeah, his SVG does not get passed very easily. And speaking of getting passed very easily, Ryan Preece just made a move on SVG. SVG is looking human out here. Yeah, SVG is looking human out here. That is for sure. All right, here we go. So 4 laps into this one, and we've already got ourselves an insane amount of running here. Looks like Suarez trying to find a way around his teammate Carson Hocevar here as well. Blaney took the lead, and Preece took second. Yep. And SVG looks human here, dropping all the way to third. And the fact that he's even looking human at a road course is insane, because again, we're so used to seeing SVG just decimate the field. Mike McDowell hanging about a second off of SVG. SVG hanging about a second off of Preece. Preece about a second off of Blaney. So everybody's kind of evenly spaced out here. Everybody's minding their P's and Q's. As I would love to see Ryan Preece or someone else try and get up there and challenge Ryan Blaney, but at the moment, I think we can all say it's at least a breath of fresh air to be saying a name other than SVG leading at a road course. And, oh, is that a couple of guys getting clogged behind SVG? I say, unless I'm looking at a different car entirely, which again is sometimes possible with the crappy camera angles we get on, which aren't necessarily bad camera angles. But when we're at a side-by-side commercial, we need the widest camera angle available. It looks like based on numbers, might have been Daniel Suarez and Bubba Wallace that were clogging the field there, not SVG. But yeah, the front bumper camera and some of these onboard cameras, when the sponsor is ambiguous or not shown, makes it a little bit harder to tell the difference. But all right, so here we go. Ty Gibbs dueling it out with Austin Hill, battling it out for what I believe is 10th place. Nope, battling it out for 11th. Sorry, battling it out for 11th between Hill and Gibbs. All right, so Gibbs takes 11th there from Hill. And we now have a batch of guys right behind Mike McDowell here. And here we go, coming back from commercial break. They got the Goodyear blimp up above. I gotta say, I do love seeing the Goodyear blimp up in the air. And that's gotta be one of my favorite views in all of NASCAR. And, SVG nearly. A lot of people running in the entrance to pit road area. I mean, as long as none of them are going to pit road, we're all good. But that seems like it should be an off limits area, because if you're going over there, theoretically you should be coming to pit road. But Ryan Blaney is taking off, and Jimmy Johnson goes around. Contact, possibly a caution flag here. Not sure what he hit, but there are parts and pieces of that car everywhere here in the final chicane. Jimmy Johnson going to get it back going, and we'll probably be heading to pit road here, but Ryan Blaney has lit the field on fire since taking the lead. So there we go. Jimmy Johnson heads into the pits. Let's see what actually happened here. Alright. Can't tell from that camera angle at all. Okay, that camera angle kind of catches it kind of late. Oh, but he moved an entire tire barrier. We gotta have a caution to put that tire barrier back, right? I mean, again, I'm not usually one to be looking for a caution necessarily, but again, you move a tire barrier like that, you gotta throw the caution, right? All right, they're gonna send Jimmy Johnson back out there to not lose a lap, but again, a crash like that seems like it should be a caution flag, but again, Ryan Blaney took the lead with authority here, and he is driven out to a 2.5 second lead over Priest, 3.5 over SVG, and Mike McDowell has dropped to 5 seconds back with Zane Smith and Bubba Wallace starting to pile up behind him. I've got to figure out. All right, give me 1 second. I'm gonna see if I can figure out why that was not a caution. All right, let's see. All right, so here we go. Say 7 laps in here again. Blaney just continuing to pick him up and put him down here. Over nearing on 3.5 seconds out in front. McDowell has lost a spot to Bubba Wallace here, as Bubba Wallace is actually making a pretty good charge through the field. No Toyota qualified inside the top 10, but Bubba Wallace has made his way all the way up to 4th here. I'm kind of curious to see when we get to the end of the stage what we're going to see a lot of people do, because again, without the benefit of a stage point, a playoff point for winning the stage, I think you're going to see a lot of different strategies here. But SVG makes the pass on Priest, and now it looks like SVG has 3.5 seconds to 3.75 seconds to try and run down Ryan Blaney. It's gonna, as I say, it looks like it's growing even further too, so it's gonna be a tough one here for SVG to try and get on it. But if there's anyone I trust to try and run down a gap like that on Blaney, it'd be SVG. Alright, so here we go. SVG. Time to see what SVG can do. When he crossed the line, it was 3.6 seconds back of the leaders. Meanwhile, right now, SVG, he is going to be trying to make an absolute march up the field here. Priest still holding on to 3rd, Bubba Wallace in 4th, but McDowell is starting to fade a little bit here. Again, McDowell, it feels like McDowell is so good on the short runs and just really struggles as the car goes along. I don't know if that's a car problem or a driver problem. If he is just not as good at handling the older tires or what, but So again, Blaney trying to maintain a 3.5 second gap over SVG. If he can maintain that, he might be able to just run away with the first stage. But also, again, if you're worried about the finish of the race, my usual rule of thumb is I would pit. I would run out the first stage, get your points early, then flip stage 2 to try and get so pit before the end of stage 2 to try and flip that one for track position. That's my usual rule of thumb is, hey, get your points early in the stage. Is that Bubba Wallace passing SVG? Bubba Wallace just passed SVG for the second position in this race. What on earth? SVG looks human. Bubba Wallace and Ryan Blaney are the two guys leading this race right now. And as I say, Blaney's got a 3.5, 4 second lead over SVG. Alright, so here we go again. Right now we're working our way through this one, but it's been a very interesting first 10 laps or so. Again, I'm kind of curious to see how Christopher Bell is handling this, considering the fact that, again, he knows he's getting out at the first caution period. Hopefully he's going to get them some level of track position to start with. Although, again, first caution period coming into the pits, he's probably going to lose some amount of track position. But even Jimmy hasn't lost a lap yet. He's 94 seconds behind the leader, but he has not lost a lap officially yet. Yeah, in fact, he's not. Reddick's also way down there at the bottom of the grid. What is wrong with Tyler Reddick? Bell is in 29th place at the moment. Let's see, where has Chase Elliott made his way to here? Kevin Magnussen, 24th. Chase Elliott, 34th. There he is. So, Chase Elliott not having a great day. So, yeah, right now, though, Blaney is absolutely just killing the field here. Just absolutely crushing it. NASCAR versus Navy, the San Diego mini movie. That's an interesting concept. There we go. Oh, they got a QR code to win a next-gen race car. That'd be cool. And here we go, pit road. Okay, somebody coming to pit road here. They're showing this camera angle like somebody's coming. Oh, yes, Kyle Larson comes to pit road. Kyle Larson coming to pit road. First driver to hit pit road here, middle of stage 1. Larson, Logano, Gilliland, Byron, the first few to hop on pit road. Heim joining the party as well. Alright, so now we got Gregson coming in for a pit stop. Takes 14.5 seconds. That's going to be a slow stop. Blaney has been run down by Bubba Wallace and SVG, it looks like. I say Blaney is getting caught here late in the run. Seems like maybe Blaney might have run his stuff up too early. Austin Dillon has the fastest lap of the day now. I kind of assumed Mike McDowell wouldn't hold on to it, but Austin Dillon, of all people, taking it? Come on. All right, here we go. Here comes Blaney and Bubba Wallace joining pit road. All right. Oh, sorry. Blaney and Priest coming onto pit road. Bubba Wallace stays out to take the lead. So Bubba Wallace, Bubba Wallace, Van Gisbergen, and Busch are staying out. Looks like McDowell stayed out as well to move himself up to fourth for now. So it was Blaney, Priest, Suarez, Allmendinger, and Hocevar, who all jumped onto pit road here. 12.6 seconds there for Blaney. Getting himself done and out of there. You also got Gibbs, Zilich, and Custer coming in from the back half of the field. Gibbs with a 10.7 second pit stop. That's an insane pit stop right there. All right, but yeah, there we go. We are chilling here. Hopefully, everybody's having a good time. We do have our caution flags covered here. We got a Texas A&M car for Custer. That's pretty cool. Kind of love that kind of burgundy color. And that was AJ Allmendinger that nearly got caught up with him. I think. Yeah, it was 16. So AJ Allmendinger almost getting tangled there with Cole Custer on pit road. And so far, your first 10 or so have stayed out. So Bubba Wallace, SVG, Busher, McDowell, Zane Smith, Hill, Herbst, Keselowski, and Briscoe have all stayed out. So Blaney on down is coming to pit road here. Okay, sorry, not Blaney on down because Hamlin, Nemechek, and a few others haven't come to pit road yet, but that's they're just getting passed on pace. It looks like, despite the fact that those guys have made a pit stop, which is not a great sign that you're getting passed by somebody who's a full pit stop up on you. How you feeling today? Hope you're feeling rested. I feel pretty rested. I mean, yesterday's race was a long one. I did watch it, but man, did that one drag, especially with how long that red flag for the move barrier was. Oh, and here we go. SVG takes spot back, taking the lead back from Bubba Wallace here. And there's Busher making a 2-for-1 deal on Bubba Wallace. But, yeah, man. This race has been good, though. Again, we haven't had a caution flag yet to slow the pace down. We're working our way through it, about 87 miles an hour per lap. As an average speed around here. And the racetrack looks awesome. And we got a slow car coming off pit road. Is that Stenhouse? Looks like, yes, that is Ricky Stenhouse Jr., who is slowed to a near stop coming off of pit road. And caution flag flies. As I was talking about, the lack of a yellow so far. So SVG retook the lead shortly before the first caution flag comes out. Now, this is unfortunate because this means McDowell and others are going to lose some track position, but you win some, you lose some here. This is a driver's track if I've ever seen one. Takes some serious skill to master. Yeah, again, it is very slick. That is the thing I've noticed is that this racetrack is extremely slick. But because I've already seen it from one of my friends, he's talking about it being the weekly Recce Spinhouse rack. It's like this isn't even a caution flag that was really brought on by Stenhouse himself. Let me see if I can find. I gotta find a photo here real quick to. Not sure if I'm gonna find it in my. Just in for my photo reels, I might not find it too quickly here. Alright, I'm just gonna Google it and Google the incident and see if I can find the photo quicker that way. Alright, so Brent Cruz is getting in the 20. Again, as I kind of talked about pre-race, that Bell was going to relinquish driving duties at the first caution flag of the day. Brent Cruz will be getting in that number 20 car and driving it the rest of the way. Okay, I know I saved it, so let's go ahead and just see if we can find it in our boogie boogie boogie. We haven't caution flag came out 8 laps to go. We haven't not gone racing yet. Yeah, again, absolutely. That's what I was saying. Is that Bell should not be running this full race on that wrist with the high likelihood of there being some contact coming in. No sense to risk injury. And again, it is a great opportunity for Brent Cruz, who I believe they are going to be trying to get ready to be the eventual, the eventual replacement of Denny Hamlin. Do 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 do. Come on. I know I saved this meme. I just don't remember when it was. Alright, let's see. Alright, so should be looking at October and nothing. So looking for the weekend of October here. Because this meme was would have been like in the first week of it being revealed. So let's see. Yeah, there it is. There it is. Found what I was looking for. All right. Wouldn't be a bad idea. Austin Hill in the 33 car is doing pretty good today. He won yesterday, so I'm not surprised. Again, a lot of the drivers right now are doing a little bit better than they were because, again, everybody outside like the top 9 or so came to pit road already. So, yep, for Rowdy. Again, that's why we've got the we got that on the thumbnail in place of my normal running with the pack logo, just to try and again honor him because. But yeah, exactly. You won yesterday. All right, there we go. So found that. We're all good. All right, we're ready to log back in here. Should be getting ready for a restart here. That's what I'm saying. I feel like he's a good pick for Richard Childress. If they're gonna go out, if they're gonna put another driver in that car, I feel like Austin Hill would be a great choice. Again, I'm not sure who the best choice would be. I think Hill would be the easiest way to avoid a super low like what we had with the Hemrick year. And again, that wasn't directly a Daniel Hemrick thing. Hemrick is a good driver. Yeah, but he was put in that cup car way too early. Yeah, I think Austin Hill would be a good way to avoid a catastrophic low. I think if you want to take a risk on someone, if someone like a Carson Quapple or someone of one of the other kind of Hendrick / Chevy development drivers, if you can grab one of them up and you just put your trust in them early, there might be some lows, but as long as you weather with them, I think you could get some really good highs out of those guys too. So, again, it just comes down to what you're looking for. If you can steal Corey Day from Hendrick, that would be awesome. Because obviously there's the rumor about Corey Day looking to try and get into the Hendrick 48 potentially, but hey, if you can steal him for the RCR 33, that'd be awesome. Yeah, but also you don't want to say then you're still having to fill 2 seats at the O'Reilly level, which would be really rough. But I think Corey Day to the RCR 33 could be a fun combination. RCR stealing a Hendrick development driver. All right, here we go. So SVG, Bubba Wallace, Busher, McDowell, Zane Smith, Herbst, and Briscoe have all not come to pit road, along with Hamlin, Jones, the other drivers inside the top 20 that have not come to pit road. Everybody else is pit at either lap 9 or 10. Pretty much. So here we go. Pace car is off. Field in the hands of SVG and Busher. As we get ready to go green flags out, we are back to racing. People might want to keep their eyes out for. Not sure Hendrick will let him go. The problem is, where does Hendrick? Hendrick doesn't have an opening unless they fire Bowman, which again, Bowman's not doing bad enough to warrant necessarily firing. Again, unless there's a medical thing going on worse that we haven't. If the if the medicals are worse with the vertigo issue than we have been told, maybe you can make that argument. But again, I don't think Bowman's driving bad enough to warrant getting booted. And hey, if you can get him up to Cup earlier, you might be able to tempt him away with, hey, we can get you to Cup now rather than having to wait for Bowman. If I'm RCR, I'm pursuing that option as significantly as I can. Now, will he still leave you for Hendrick the moment he gets the chance? Probably, especially if it ever does come a day when they end up firing Bowman, or if Bowman steps away earlier than expected. Here we go. Priest and Blaney are coming charging through the field here, passing Michael McDowell, putting him down to 10th. Or not to 10th, sorry, to 6th. But yeah, they're coming up through the top 10. Blaney and Priest up to 4th and 5th here. These top 3 got to be shaking in their tires as, again, right now we got SVG, Busher, and Wallace. 1, 2, 3, all nose to tail, but Blaney has caught them. So yeah, Michael McDowell's falling way down. There we go. Now he's down to 9th. Again, he is falling down this grid really quickly now that Blaney and the other guys on tires are getting up there. All right, if I'm McDowell and I'm not going to get stage points anyway, I am coming onto pit road here with when we get down to 3-4 laps to go. I do not want to end up getting stuck behind him. Hope you chose SVG on your fantasy game today. Oh, I definitely did. I was not missing the SVG points. In fact, let's see how my picks are doing. Let's not talk about my NASCAR, my podcast pick because Reddick is not doing good. But I think my overall picks, I'm in 6th out of 6. All right, well, let's go ahead and put McDowell in over Suarez, because for whatever reason, Suarez isn't doing as well right now, but... yeah, I'm not doing perfect today, that's for sure. Yeah, so my 6 drivers for my NASCAR fantasy game, I want SVG, Gilliland, McDowell, Blaney, Zilich, and Suarez. Those are my 6 guys. Then I have Blaney finishing over Hamlin. I have SVG beating Reddick, although Reddick is my race pick for the week. Yeah, SVG was already off the board when I picked. Then we got Connor Zilich over Larson. I don't have that one right at the moment. And then we've got Ty Gibbs over Chase Elliott, which has been that way all day long so far. Because Elliott really struggled in qualifying and has not really been able to make up much ground since. But here we go. Again, 5 laps to go. I'd be coming into the pits either this lap or next. Probably next, I think. But yeah, if I'm Michael McDowell, I am making that pit stop. I'm trying to get on pit road and get some fresh tires here before the end of the stage. I do not want to be the guy starting the next stage. Or do you just you might as well get them a little earlier, flip the stage, unless you're really that worried about the tires. Oh yeah, I'm sure my lineup's pretty good. Again, my only problem is again my race pick Tyler Reddick is not doing well. We made those race picks. I think it was either Tuesday or Wednesday night that we did the pod, that we recorded the pod and did race picks. So we obviously had not seen qualifying yet, and yeah. Ooh, Priest got into SVG there. So there we go. Yeah, we're working our way through this one. But yeah, Priest absolutely kind of just moving SVG out the way. Getting physical with it. Alright, here we go. Yeah, we got 4 laps to go in the stage. Yeah, Larson to second, Priest to third. SVG has dropped to fourth here. Has Larson made a pit stop? Yes, Larson has made a pit stop. Allmendinger's up in the top 5. Gibbs is up quite a bit. Yeah, again, Busher has not made a pit stop yet. Gilliland has. Well, I can see Gilliland up this high. Bubba Wallace hanging on to a top 10 spot without having pit. But he's got Hocevar breathing down his neck. And here we go. Ty Gibbs versus AJ Allmendinger. Old versus new driver here. And AJ Allmendinger kind of shuts the door on Gibbs there. I just feel like this is an Elliott week. Yeah. Definitely seems like it's a rough week for Elliott. It's really hard knowing who is going to be great at this track, as it is a completely new track to all these drivers. And it really isn't even all that similar to anything any of them have raced. Like, obviously, that's the reason why the Chicago Street Course took the SVG so naturally, was because he's raced on tight quartered short, or not short, quite tight quartered road courses like and downtown street circuits over in Australia with the Australian supercars, but this is absolutely nothing like that. And Larson just put up the fastest lap of the day. There we go. Kyle Larson, 189 mile an hour lap. Wow. They've picked up the pace almost 2 full mile an hour over SVG's best lap. But yeah, there we go. There are 3 laps to go, and here comes SVG, Busher, Bubba Wallace, McDowell, Zilich, Briscoe, Herbst, Nemechek, Suarez, Hamlin, Jones, Dillon, all in, all getting 4 tires here. 12.5, 12.2, 11.5 for Zane Smith, 14.2 for Briscoe, 11.11, a 12.1, a 12.5. No real other notably fast or slows as they round these corners. And yeah, we got ourselves a 3-lap race to the checkers here. And right now, Stenhouse has gone down a lap, it looks like. First driver to have gone down a lap. Oh, there we go. I'm up to second place in points now on the fantasy points. Alright, I gotta reset up my race pick. So let's see. I know someone took Priest. Dinger was taken. I think Zilich was taken. I know SEG was, because I would have taken him if he wasn't. Tyler Reddick. Hey, Reddick's up to 14. That's not bad. Let's see. Who else do I know was taken? I know Kevin Magnuson was taken. Alright, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 6 of our 8. No McDowell was taken. Alright, and I will consult the list now. Here we go. Caution flag flies for a wheel coming off. Oh, whose wheel was that? I looked down. I was looking down at checking my fantasy. Hey Evan, how is it going? I did pretty good yesterday. I had a long day of work. Then we went and watched the O'Reilly race, which ended up taking like 6 hours. It looked like that came off of. Oh, it's Bubba Wallace's wheel came off. The wheel comes off Bubba Wallace's car. All right, let's see. List of race picks. We got. Oh yeah, Austin Hill was taken. Boop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think that's our picks. Let's see. Reddick, McDowell, Zilich, SVG, Allmendinger. Yep. All right, I got them all. And currently my pick is in 4th of our group for stage 1. All right, there's our stage 1 race picks. We're at commercial break. We're under a caution period here. And yeah, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Alright, there we go. Yeah, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. They're showing Bubba Wallace's team not in that tire shut. Did you know I found your channel during this year's Daytona 500 time trial qualifying? I don't remember exactly when, but yeah. Well, again, that was a late race after I'd already had a full day of work, so not overly surprised there. 4-week vacay for the tire changer and the jackman, though, on the Bubba Wallace machine. And now they got to go ahead and try and fix this car and get this thing ready to go. Oh, went to the, I'm assuming you mean track yesterday? Were you the guy who, Evan, were you the guy that got arrested yesterday for climbing onto the racetrack to try and talk to Sheldon Creed? Because that was hilarious, watching somebody climb. First off, how somebody pulled that off at a naval base of all places, where you'd imagine there's a lot of security. How did someone at a naval base climb the wall, getting onto the racetrack and over to a driver's car without getting tackled by security guards? I really want to know how on earth you pull that off without getting tackled by a security guard before you get to the driver's car. Because, like, obviously I know it happened back in 07 at Watkins Glen with Matt Kenseth. Back in 07 it happened with Matt Kenseth at Watkins Glen. Watkins Glen has a lot of camping and a short wall to climb between there. But to climb the wall at a naval base of all things, to be able to make that happen is just insane. Yeah, an insane security gap. Next Saturday, by the way, I might also be out of the studio, as I think I might be helping with a helping with security for a music festival upcoming. So I'll try and keep you guys updated, but good chance I won't be here for Saturday. Do we have a Friday and Saturday show, or is it just a Saturday Sunday show this week? So Sonoma, we have Saturday, and I believe we don't have trucks are at Lime Rock Saturday as well. So, uh, is he out of jail? No, I did see the photo of him getting arrested. I don't know, maybe he made bail, but yeah, I did see him in handcuffs later on. But the fact that he was able to get onto the racetrack, up to a driver's car to try and talk to him, and then climb the fence to get out of the racetrack without being tackled by a security guard is insane. Have you ever seen the Fan on the Track 2003 race at Silverstone? I might have seen it. I don't remember it off the top of my head. But yeah, funniest fan moment ever. Yep. Yeah, a lot of fan. I still remember, as that's still the funniest one for me that I've ever seen. It was definitely the guy who went up to Matt Kenseth trying to get an autograph during a red flag at Watkins Glen. They were red flag and parked on the back straightaway. And yeah, a fan just climbs over the fence and heads up to go try and get Kenseth's autograph. Yeah, that one was a good one too. Yeah, there's a lot of fun fan moments. Which one? The guy at Watkins Glen? I don't know for sure if the guy at Watkins Glen got arrested. I would imagine he did because again, he didn't like hide who he was. Like he didn't hide his face at all. So I'm sure facial recognition could tell you who it was and track him down after the fact. But yeah, I know the guy at San Diego. I saw him in handcuffs. Yesterday, and then if we want to talk about funny fan moments, how can we talk about this topic without bringing up the that one day at Talladega when a fan stole the pace car at Talladega one time. As a fan just headed right on down to the pit road, climbed into the pace track, into the pace car. Yes, I do live in Maine. Yeah, I talk pretty frequently about living in Maine, but yeah, I do live in the great state of Maine. As a native-born Floridian, acclimatized maniac. Because I've been living in Maine for years, but yeah, say the entire time I've been doing content. But yeah, native-born Floridian turned Mainer. Yeah, as long as nobody gets hurt. That is the absolute. Again, that's always anything I find funny. I always have with a caveat. We make sure nobody is hurt first. Then once we confirm that everybody's okay, then we can laugh about it. Same thing with some of the dumb things that drivers do on the racetrack. Like we can laugh at a crash once we know the drivers are okay. We do not laugh about a crash until after that. Ryan Blaney does cross the start finish line to win stage number one under the caution flag. Ryan Preece second, Larson third, Ty Gibbs fourth, AJ Allmendinger coming home inside the top five. Gilliland, Hocevar, Logano, Zilich, and Byron rounding out your top 10. Alex Bowman, the first driver to not earn points in this stage. All right, so since we're going to be here for a while, though, during the caution flags, figure we can play some more 17 and 0 simulator here. So give me one moment here. We'll flip that, and that. So, I didn't realize this, but they have an ultimate version that you can actually do where you have a lot more. So you have a first and second string player for running back, wide receiver, and tight end. Not to mention you also have to draft an O lineman. So, figure we can do this. We'll do this during some of the caution breaks. We'll take some attempts at it since, as I've tried it already a couple of times. It is not easy. I went to the track yesterday, racetrack yesterday. They were doing the enduro. I'm assuming we were talking about Wisconsin. I think Wisconsin's the one that does the enduro, right? So let's grab Mike Vrabel first, head coach. Great head coach for the Patriots. Saints. Do the Saints have a good offensive line? Yeah, that's a real test of your knowledge. That it is. Let's go ahead and just go Olave. He's not he's not the best wide receiver, but he's a very solid one. All right, defense, we're going to take the Packers here. Micah Parsons plus that Packers defense is pretty good. Ravens, I think we go Lamar here. We lock in a top 3 quarterback if we can get one. Cincinnati Bengals, we could have gotten another one, but just as good. We'll grab Jamar Chase. We'll see how quick I can go through these. Oh, come on! We just filled up our Justin Jefferson spot. Dang it. Granted, I think we're okay because I think the Vikings O-line is still better than the Bengals offensive line, and the Bengals don't have a great running back or tight end. Speaking of tight end, we have Kelsey. Kenneth Walker would have also been an okay option there, but I knew we have a lot more elite running backs than we do elite tight ends, so Chicago, we'll go Loveland. And let's see where we end up here. Final running back, we get Houston, David Montgomery. I think I did a really good job at coming up with answers quick there. And hey, we got how is that team only a 14-3? I mean, the Vikings offensive line is one of the best in the league. Olave and Montgomery are not bad players. They're not the best at their positions, but they're still definitely better than A-. Come on. All right, let's grab CeeDee Lamb here. Denver, let's grab defense. Could grab Jalen Waddle too, but I don't want to fill up both of our receiver slots too early. Devon Achane. There we go. We get a Trey McBride. Washington. Let's grab Dan Quinn here at head coach. Detroit, I think we go Jahmyr Gibbs here. Offensive line was definitely an option there. That was the warm-up round, yep. All right, we get ourselves Pittsburgh. Let's go Pitt-Pat Freiermuth here. Pitt-Pat. Carolina. Offensive line, let's go Tet for wide receiver 2. Tedero McMillan. Offensive line, we would love to grab the offensive line here, but we can't pass up on Patrick Mahomes here. Not with only one spin remaining. And let's see, who do we get? Jags O-line. Okay, I don't think this is going to be it, but let's see. Here we go. We got drivers coming into pit road, by the way. Pretty much all the leaders coming into the pits. Blaney, I see Blaney, Larson, Zillich, one of the guys staying out. Another 14-3. Okay, is this thing broken? Because that's 2 really good teams we put together, and 14-3, really? Come on, man. All right, we got the Giants, but I will finish calling the pit road stuff before we finish this all up. Let me just make sure I'm a little bit more centered on camera here. All right, so here we go. Coming off pit road, we got ourselves 54-12. Yeah, Larson, Allmendinger, Hocevar, Logano, Bowman, Gillen dropping 3 spots on pit road. Man, Gillen losing a ton of spots. All right, let's go ahead and grab Malik Neighbors. That's a good wide receiver as long as he has both legs still. Denver, I think, is a easy defense, although Sean Payton is also a good fallback option if we use defense early. Eagles O-line, that has got to be what the Eagles is built for. Taylor. I could either go Jonathan Taylor or Ty Warren. They're both great players at their position for the Colts. All right, Kansas City, 5 in. Let's see. And with the easier, shorter game, I don't even know that it's necessarily the easier or shorter, but and I say those are some elite teams though that we just put together. All right, let's go Andy Reid at a head coach. Green Bay, let's go Tucker Kraft mac and cheese. All right, we left open our running back spot for Devon because that was the other thing I was thinking was Jacob. So that was like, we don't want to use up our Devon Achane slot. Ugh. All right, let's go Terry McLaurin. I think that's as good as a wide receiver as we were gonna get. Buffalo, we get Josh Allen. Good. Glad I didn't go with Jaden Daniels that last time. And we need a tight end. We get Ferg. This is definitely not a perfect one, but yeah. This one probably about a. Okay, I felt worse about that one than I felt about the last two. How is that one a 16-1? How? All right, well, maybe I just don't know anything. All right, Houston defense. It's their best quality, though Nico Collins would not be a bad fallback. Lamar Jackson, we could also have gone Derrick Henry there, but again, you're not going to find many quarterbacks better than Lamar. And that leaves us hoping to grab CMC here for the 49ers. Could have gone Kittle there too. Tampa Bay, let's grab Tampa's O-line. Tampa's O-line isn't bad. This will probably be our last round, by the way, before we get back to the race. We gotta either go. I think we gotta go James Cook here and hope we don't get Devon Achane. All right, Denver. As I said, we can use their head coach. He's not bad, Sean Payton. Sea Chickens. Let's go JSN. They are doubled up, and Pace Car is off. So, Pace Car will be coming off, when they get back around to pit road. So we will be finishing this up. Let's go JT Sanders here. This one, I think we're going to come up just short here as well. All right, we'll take Neighbors. Malik Neighbors, and then we just need another good tight end here, and we can and Hawkinson might get us there. I think we're going to come up short again, but I think we're going to be in that 15-2 range. For 14-3. Okay, not bad, but as I said, I knew that one wasn't going to be it. So let's just go ahead and flip this back over, and we are back and ready for this one. All right, again, we should be coming through the last couple of corners here before we send this thing back racing. I figure that's a good game that help fill some of the time during these long caution laps at the road courses, especially with how long the caution laps have been and with the red flag periods. Because, the Pokemon games are a little too long, but that game is a pretty quick one that you can just kind of jump in and out of. And here we go. Green flag's out. We are back to racing. Priest, Zilich, Chastain, Hill. We got Busher and Brent Cruz making his first laps in the NASCAR Cup Series. We got Michael McDowell up here as well. Man, imagine if Brent Cruz wins and it doesn't even count for him. That would be insane if Brent Cruz goes ahead and gets this one. Oh yeah, doing my best to try and help keep the entertainment factor up. Which, yeah, again, with how long the caution laps are here, it gets a little tough sometimes. But here we go. Ty Gibbs, the first driver who pit under that caution flag, currently in 15th place. And here we go. SVG versus Michael McDowell here, battling it out for 6th place. SVG gets clear of Michael McDowell there. Again, Mike McDowell at Chicago last year, McDowell, as long as he was able to get clear of SVG on the lead, which he was able to do for the first 50 laps uncontested, he was able to hold off SVG without SVG leading a lap at Chicago. But then, as soon as his engine blew, he had nothing left he could do. But here we go, coming down the back straightaway here, heading down from Carrier Corner down towards, not sure what the rest of this track is called because I don't actually have it labeled. They have the track map, but again, we'll get more familiar with this as time goes on. But yeah, this race has been a really cool one though so far. Underneath the pink bridge, again, you got Hamlin dueling it out with Kyle Larson there. Not sure what position that is for, but and you got battles all up and down this racetrack. You got Bowman dueling it out with not sure who that was. Looks like you got two green cars there. You got nope, not Neiman. Check, that's Jones and the 34 car. You got the 43 and the 34 dueling it out, both in green cars. And William Byron in the Anduril machine right in the middle there as they come back around to the start finish line. Connor Zilic going to lead a lap here at San Diego. And there we go. Connor Zilic out in front of the field, leading Priest, Hill, Chastain, Buescher, SVG, McDowell. I'm pretty impressed though. Brian Cruz up in the 11th position right now, and again, these Cup cars are very different from the O'Reilly cars, and Brian Cruz didn't even get any practice laps. If he did at least practice the car, if they knew that, if I'm Bell and I know I'm getting out of the car at lap 1, I would have let Brian Cruz practice. No, SVG spins Buescher. SVG spins Buescher. Everybody very politely gets out of the way. Buescher keeps it going and doesn't even really lose a spot because everybody's so polite and just slows up to avoid wrecking him. And he's back right going in the right position, right in spot number 6. What on earth? What on earth? All right, I'm going to just drop my mic down just a little bit. I don't feel like I need anything above regular volume because I think I'm already maxing out the mic a little bit. And maybe we'll not kill your guys' ears quite as bad if we'll, because I normally have my mic boosted for just regular videos because I'm not usually yelling a whole lot, but during these streams I definitely hoot and holler a lot more than usual, so just let me know if you guys want me to turn the volume back up on the stream, but again, I noticed that my levels were in the red a little bit, so hopefully that'll not be as bad going forward. But SVG now trying to, showing the replay of SVG just bopping the back bumper of the 17 car. And the only one that really gained a spot there was Ross Chastain, really. But yeah, Chris Buescher manages to get over a full spin without crashing the car, which is insane. There we go. Nice 360 for Buescher. Again, I'm still not really sure how he managed to avoid smacking any of the walls there, and then all the drivers kind of just stayed put. Who was the other driver who shot through there? Oh, that was Riley Herbst. Okay, that's how Riley Herbst jumped up so many spots. Because, yeah, everybody else kind of just was patient behind him, and just one driver shot through there. I didn't even see him. Yeah, the first time through. But yeah, Zilich. Austin Hill now has the fastest lap of the day. McDowell's still 2 miles an hour off the fast laps of the day. Not sure if he's figured out what everybody else did to get 2 miles an hour faster. And if he can't, if he has figured that out, is there some reason he isn't replicating that? Because that'd be nice to see McDowell potentially compete for that fastest lap award. Alright, so there we go. Red Sox ain't doing too great there. Alright, so there we go. We're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. SVG getting back to Riley Herbst. Going to try and see if he can take that spot back from Herbst. I was saying, Mike McDowell and SVG both doing pretty well here. You know what I'm saying? McDowell sticking right there with SVG, almost as if, hey, if anything happens to SVG, McDowell will be right there to pounce. Problem is, SVG hasn't really even been the guy to beat today. We've had Zilich out in front of the field leading, and Zilich just turned the fastest lap of the day. Well, Austin Hill gets a lot of hate for a lot of reasons. Wrecking Amarola at the right hooking Amarola at the Indy Oval is one of my biggest reasons. That, and as soon as he got off his one race suspension from that, he went and dumped Michael McDowell, leading to a massive pileup at Watkins Glen. Literally his first race back from suspension. But yeah, again, that I've never said that Austin Hill was a bad driver. Careless, yes. At times, gets over his head, absolutely. But I have never once said that Austin Hill was a bad driver. Yeah, you can probably go back through you can go back through most of my streams. I don't think I've ever once called Austin Dillon a bad driver. Dumb? Probably. Idiotic for that move on Amarola? Almost certainly. But I don't think I've ever called him a bad driver. I know a lot. I know he gets a lot of hate, and there it is. Yep, the smoke show at the number 8 logo for Kyle Busch. That is awesome. There's a rule that full-time drivers couldn't run multiple series, but obviously there was a discretion made for both the 33 and with the 20. So yeah, exactly. Again, it's one of those things, and I can say this more than most people. Kyle Busch had the exact same problem. Kyle Busch, Kurt Busch, both had attitude issues prior to getting into the in their early days of their NASCAR Cup Series careers. It is not a absolute no that you shouldn't get a Cup ride. It doesn't necessarily mean you're going to have the most amount of fans in the world, although, again, depending on how good you are, it can definitely be a factor. Yeah, again, it's very possible he'll figure it out. Alright, we're just chilling out here though. Currently under a side-by-side commercial break. They got a Goodyear commercial where they got some kids playing with toy cars on a carpet. I remember those days. Those were fun. They were like 4 days ago the last time I did that. Alright, so here we go. 14 laps to go here. Yeah, we're working our way through this one pretty quick in the grand scheme of things. We're a third of the way through the race. 14 to go in the stage. Like the two cautions that we have had haven't been too bad on the timing. Probably helped by the fact that we were able to just kind of talk our way through it or play the game through it. Alright, so again, we're just chilling out here. I have a childhood memory with diecast on the rug. It's Pete NASCAR nostalgia. Exactly. Say, we all have memories like that. I don't actually have a diecast within reach of me, but say we do all have different NASCAR memories. Used on my flags. Still got my host of NASCAR flags. I got the stage caution, checkered flag. Not sure where not sure if my black flag is here. Oh wait, no, I do have my black flag. I've got green, red, black, white. I've even got the move over flag. So I think I got all the flags here. Yeah, I got all the flags here. I also have a Kyle Busch and Justin Haley signed flag as well. Yeah, up in my room upstairs. I've got a Kyle Busch and Justin Haley signed flag that I got signed when they were up here racing Oxford a couple years back. Alright, here we go. Oh, SCG just took the fast lap away as they came back from commercial break. Being one of the first people to break the 90, almost breaking into the 91-mile-an-hour bracket. Man, it's like SVG and Zillage both up in the 90-mile-an-hour bracket that last lap. Man, again, I love McDowell, but man, SVG and Zillage are both on another level here. Connor Zillage, though, showing some of that speed. He might be on pace for potentially being able to contend for his first career win. Brent Cruz might be up there with them before too long. Let's see, where's Brent Cruz gotten to at this point? Let's see. Alright, let's just try and refresh this real quick. I believe this is accurate. And say if this is accurate, Brent Cruz has a long way to go. Yeah, Brent Cruz is back in 29th right now. He's got a long ways to go if he's going to get there. Three, four, five, six, 7, 8. Okay, yeah, that is all our race picks in there. But yeah, man, it is awesome seeing young Connor Zilic up here doing as much as he is. And oh, we got a caution flag out. Oh no. Brent Cruz is being shown on screen and we got a yellow. Please tell me it's not for him. I was just looking at the leaderboard for a minute to try and see where on the level of SEG and Zilic on road course. Yeah. I mean, as a Brent Cruz, he grew up to that same style that Zilic did. But yeah, it looks like just overcooked the. Oh, is that an engine going on the 20 car? Yeah, jumping in as a relief driver is tough, and yeah, it looks like potentially an engine going on Christopher Bell's car. On the Christopher Bell Brent Cruz machine. Alright, so yeah, there we go. Again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully, everybody's having a good time. Yeah, I know Cruz won the pole for the O'Reilly race yesterday. Again, I'm not saying Cruz is a bad road racer at all. He is he has a very similar background to Connor Zilic, so I don't expect it to take very long for for Cruz to get right up to the same level Zilic is at. Alright, so here we go. Cars coming down pit road. Alright, we got Ross Chastain getting 4 tires and fuel, along with many others. Oh, Ross Chastain and Brad Keselowski get tangled up on, kind of get tangled up there, at least in terms of when they were coming into out of their pits. Keselowski has to wait as Chastain's coming out, and causing a little bit of a tangle there. And here we go. Priest, Busher, Chastain, Briscoe, Blaney, Allmendinger. Hamlin jumps up a spot there. Gilliland dropping one, and Bowman up a spot as well. No real major developments here on pit road, which is kind of surprising because this is right about the same time a lot of people came to pit road under green last time. All right, well, since they're going to commercial break, let's go ahead and play some more NFL. Yeah, 17-0. So, all right. All right, let's see where we're at. Oh, and yellow flag. There we go. All right, we're gonna grab Jamar Chase here. We can grab Joe Burrow, but I feel like there's usually better we can get quarterbacks at or around his level, especially with 10 spins. Tennessee. Robert Saleh's not terrible, right? I feel like if you get the Titans, you're pretty much done regardless, but we'll see if Robert Saleh is good enough to keep us afloat-ish. I usually go Carnell Tate, but I don't usually win with Carnell Tate, so we'll see. All right, Harold Fannin. I know I've been able to win with Harold Fannin, so he is a good enough Browns player. Let's grab CMC for the 49ers. Looking for a good offensive line. There's a good O-line. Philly, good O-line. All right, there's our other tight end. We get Trey McBride. We got 2 teams who are only really good for their tight ends. Then we got Malik Neighbors. And our quarterback is going to be Caleb Williams. Let me guess, 14-3. Oh, what? Okay, I guess that team really isn't that bad. I just assumed Robert Saleh was going to drop us down a lot. Robert Saleh is probably the only reason we didn't win. Alright, well, I guess maybe this game is winnable. We'll see. Let's go Jimmy Harbaugh here. Because really, the Chargers aren't exceptional in a lot of areas. Alright. Let's go Pat Freiermuth. CMC. Oh, I typed in Cam, not CMC, but still got us there. Washington. They got a good defense, I think. Let's say I probably could have gone Scary Terry, but let's go Jags O-line. I think next we gotta probably try and start looking for a receiver because we're currently down. All right, well, let's grab Bucky while we can. Bucky Irving. They're coming back from commercial break. We grab Lamar when we can. Saints, Jawan Johnson, not Jawan Jennings. Well, I guess we gotta take Carnell Tate. We're definitely not winning this one. This one we'll be lucky to get above 10 wins. And, no, let's go Christian Watson. As I said, we'd be lucky to get above 10 wins. We got exactly 10 wins. Let's go one more round here, and then we'll probably be ready to go back racing here. All right, Harold Fannin. Let's go. This is the time. Oh, we're back to racing already. Okay, we'll have to continue this one later. Because boogity, boogity, boogie, let's go racing, boys. All right, we're racing once again. This time it is SVG looking 3 wide for the lead on the start-finish line. We got Zilich. We got Hill. Yeah, leading this one. Oh, they crash! Right in front of SVG. Oh, my gosh. McDowell's in it. Zilich, SVG, Hill, all in it. Instant crash there. Oh my gosh. Hopefully everybody's okay. Ty Gibbs is in it. That looked like it hurt. Ryan Blaney looks like he's limping away from this one. Again, a lot of the cars limping away, but the question is how good are any of those cars going to be after an impact like that? All right, I'm gonna have to see a replay exactly to see what caused that. Like, did Zilich run him out of? Did Zilich or Hill run each other out of room? I don't even know who was on which side of that thing, and what, if anything, SVG could have done in hindsight to try and get that one. SVG already taking his car back to the garage rather than limping it back around the racetrack to try and get it to repairs. Man, well, we weren't here for very long. All right, so let's see. Was it? I think from looking at this, I think it was Hill that squeezed Zilich into the fence. Yeah. All right, there we go. Just all right. Well, we got ourselves a caution period. We'll talk about this while we go ahead and head back over to our NFL game here. But yeah, again, it is just as simple as it looks like. Austin Hill just overcooked it going into the corner. Simple enough mistake. I can totally understand how it happens, but man, you hate to see that, and just driver after driver just kind of ending up in it. So yeah, watching from Zilich's perspective, yeah, again, just ran as they got run out of room there by Austin Hill. All right, so we got Pit Pat Fryer. Let's just go defense here. TJ Watt helps keep that defense good for the Steelers. Carolina Panthers. We can take Tet. We can take Coach. Let's go Tet. Tyrone McMillan. Rams. Okay, we can go Puka. That would fill up our wide receiver. I think we can get better. Let's go Coach. I think we can get a better quarterback. O-line wouldn't have been a bad option either. Buffalo, there we go. Glad we didn't take our quarterback right there because I would not have necessarily wanted to take the head coach for Buffalo. Okay, I could have taken quarterback here, or I could have taken head coach here, but we got A.J. Brown. So they're once again checking out that wall, making sure that the wall got bent again. Man, that wall is getting a good workout. Because it got bent pretty good yesterday. Slider bent. Slider. But yeah, so they bent the wall again. All right, so officially involved in the crash, we got Suarez, Blaney, Hill. Oh, man, they take that away before I get through reading it. All right, let's grab Bucky Irving. All right, let's go O-line, because again, the Eagles' offensive line is the best in the league by a decent margin. We got Brock Bowers, kept that spot open, and now we just need a good running back here. Tootin. All right, let's see how this one is. I don't have a prediction. 14-3. That's kind of that's round about what I would have probably expected. Again, our wide receivers weren't amazing, and that our running back 2 wasn't great. Philly, we're taking O-line, no doubt. Philly has a lot of great qualities, but their O-line is far and above the rest. Let's go Puka this time. I typically grab the coach from Rams, but there's a lot of good coaches out there. Andy Reid, there we go. Next good quarterback we get, though, I might go quarterback here. Let's go Jags defense. I think the Jags defense was all right last year. All right, Taylor. Seahawks wish we had left defense open for him, but we left wide receiver open for JSN. 2 elite wide receivers. That's what we would have wanted defense for, but oh well. Nope. We want to make sure we're grabbing the right one. David Montgomery. Yeah, this team is pretty good so far. Harold Fannin, there's one of our good tight ends. Now we need a tight end and a quarterback. Pat Fryermuth. All right, now we just need a quarterback. We need a quarterback. We get Drake May. We got a quarterback. And we have officially gone red flag, by the way, on the NASCAR race. Wow, is the Jaguars' defense really that bad? I did not think the Jaguars' defense was that bad. One second, I just realized I didn't have chat in the spot where I could see it. All right, well, doesn't look like there's anything there for me to read. I did not think it was 14-3 bad. I didn't know if we were necessarily there. Okay, Justin Jefferson. If Justin Jefferson isn't the first pick when you get the Vikings, you're doing something wrong. Are you kidding me? Man, this Titans team. Tight end, Gunnar Helm? I'm not even sure. Okay, you know what? Before we do this, I just want to know who the Titans tight end one is. Depth chart. And we already locked it in, so we're not cheating. I just want to know for future reference who the Titans. Okay, it is Gunnar Helm over Bellinger. Okay. Kylan Granson's there? Come on, he should be higher up than third string tight end. All right. I'm thinking. Let's go Travis Etienne here. Could go Olave and pair him with Jefferson, but again, I think going for one of each offensive position before you fill the rest. All right, we're going Taylor here. All right, we got Drake May. We got Drake May or Mike Vrabel. I'm going to take Vrabe. All right, we're going to go Commanders O-line. I don't know for sure that that's a great option. We got Philly. Of course we got Philly. Well, we can go defense. I would rather have gone O-line and had gone Philly O-line and had Commanders defense, but there we go. Lamar Jackson. It's feeling good. I just don't know that it's feeling 17-0 good. Drake London. And our quarterback, or our tight end, we get Tucker Kraft mac and cheese again. 14-3. I feel like almost any level of record I get, I can just say, oh yeah, it'll probably be a 14-3 and be pretty close. Let's go Jags O-line. Clearly, Jags defense was not great in their book. Let's go Josh Allen. Let's go Pittsburgh defense. Because we don't... Because, like, Pat Fryermuth is not Brock Bowers level. Brock Bowers. Malik, will you be my neighbor? Alright. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to fill up the 2 wide receiver spots. They're going to be solid, but actually, let's go Kellen Moore here. Because Kellen Moore at head coach is not a bad option. Just usually I have better options filling that spot by now, but let's go A.J. Brown. He's a good wide receiver. Hunter Henry was tempting there. All right, here we go. Listening to Austin Hill's radio. I want to hear what he says. Sorry, guys. Locked up the rear brakes. Okay, so so he didn't, like, think he had room there. So, yeah, it was just locked up the rear brakes. No, again, I didn't really think it was too much. It looked like maybe a rookie mistake, but locking up the rear brakes is just something that happens. So, yeah. Simple enough. All right, here we go. Devon Achane. That'll help fill up the running back spots because I was noticing we haven't gotten a good running back yet. And we get the 2 of them in a row, Taylor and Achane. Now we just need the tight end. Give us Cardinals. Well, at least we now know for a fact Gunnar Helm is the tight end 1 in that room. 14-3. Of course it is. 14-3. Denver defense, there's no question when you get Denver first what you use them for. Honestly, Liam Cohen's not a bad head coach. Let's go ahead and use a couple of those up early here. Leave some of our skill positions. So let's go JSN. Offensive Player of the Year, hard to go without them. They are coming back from commercial break, so we'll keep an eye to make sure we don't miss the restart. Got some some military fighter jets up on the aircraft carrier, decked out in USA gear. All right, we could go Olave here and fill up the. Let's go Olave here. Fill up the wide receiver slots. Again, Olave is not bad. He's just not top 5 at the position. The way that Taylor is with running back. We do still need 2 tight ends, though. Maybe Ty Warren would have been a better option. We get Lamar. We need 2 tight ends and a O-lineman. Gunnar Helm again. I think that's going to cost us any shot we had. All right, let's go Dalton. Kincaid. And then we get the O-line of the Rams. Okay, that's not a bad O-line to get. We're still under a red flag, so you guys are not missing anything over on the race. Come on. Bears. Let's go Loveland. Let's go Liam. Let's go defense. All right, let's go Pat Fryermuth. All right, we've filled up our tight end spots. That's not great, and then we get the reason why it's not great. Let's go Jeremiah Love. They took him early enough that he should be thought of pretty highly here. Commanders, let's go Terry. I think we've already lost this one, but keeping a positive thought here. Green Bay O-line. I don't know that the Packers O-line is that great. We could have taken Josh Jacobs there. We get Saquon. We could have had CMC. Now we got wide receiver Mike Evans. I'm not taking Ayuk here, and then we're going to go ahead and roll the dice on quarterback. We get Shuck. Well, again, it's not like we were on the verge of anything great there, 11-6. Alright, they've gone back to caution flag running, so we will be flipping back over to the NASCAR race here shortly. One last attempt here. CMC. Come on, Carolina. Jatavion Sanders. Do we go JT Sanders here? Yeah, let's go JT Sanders. We're not filling up our positions. We'll go LaFleur here. I don't want to fill up our tight end position again because Tucker Craft is good. Well, okay, what do we fill up? Running back or I think if we're gonna fill something up, we're gonna fill something up the right way. Taylor and McCaffrey is an amazing running back duo. Bears, they invested a ton in their O-line last year. Let's go ahead and trust it. Here we go. Pit road is open. Coming down pit road, we got the 6 of Brad Keselowski, the 71 of McDowell, and a couple others coming down as well. They're talking with SVG here out of the infield care center. Most recent incident. Yeah, I got a pretty good start and then just kind of backed out of it to let them, obviously didn't want to be 3 wide there. And then, yeah, not good from there. All right, they're now talking with Connor Zilich as well. Let's see. I felt like I was giving Austin space, and the next thing I know, the wall. But, yep. So, end of the day for both of them. All right, we're grabbing Olave here. Haven't filled a wide receiver spot at all yet, so kind of surprised we haven't gotten a better wide receiver yet. And then we get 2 good ones in a row. I'm on Raw. All right, well, we've got Joe Burrow. We're not taking their tight end, and we're not taking their defense. If we take their defense, I would rather take Josh Johnson. All right, Fannin. And now we just need a good defense. Just need a good defense. Jets. Well, let's see where we are. 12-5. All right, Rams. Let's take Rams. Let's take Puka. Rams is a good one to get late because they have so many great positions. O-line for Philly. But yeah, Rams is a great one to get late because, again, quarterback, wide receiver, O-line, defense, head coach, you can use them for any of those. CMC for the 49ers could also have gone Kittle. Jawan Johnson. Jettis. Okay. Let's go Dak. I don't usually go Dak, mainly because I usually go CD, but we don't have CD available. We got Denver's defense. I think we're on 17-0 watch here. Devon? I think we might be on 17-0 watch here. Kyle Pitts or Kevin Stefanski? Let's go Kyle Pitts. Ugh. And we got Dave Canales. I'm not sure which one of those would have been better. JT Sanders and Stefanski or that one, but 15-2. That's we were probably on pace for a 17-0 right there. There we go. All right, and I just did choose con, so we're going to flip back here now and get ready to go back racing. All right, couple corners away from going back racing here. Come on, guys. So we got Herbst, Larson, Suarez, Smith, Logano, the top 5. What on earth is this top 5? Heim, Reddick, Byron, Nemechek, Hocevar, Custer, Cody Ware, Barry. What is this group? All right, let's figure out how to minimize the damage, by the way, from a fantasy perspective. At the next caution flag, we only got 7 laps to go. We get, hopefully we get an early caution flag here so I can warn my parents about the crash and they can save their use on somebody. SCG Zillich. The only one I really want to maybe save a use on would be Blaney. So otherwise we'll maximize points by putting by putting SVG in there. If it turns out that the 12 car is out, we'll save the Blaney usage and we'll take a little bit of a points hit. But as far as I know, Blaney's still out there at least. Yeah, as he's in 23rd place. But here we go. Riley Herbst and Zane Smith leading them around here. All right, we're green flag racing though. Kyle Larson now going door to door with Riley Herbst as Zane Smith is taking the definitive lead here. Looks like Riley Herbst letting up a little bit much here maybe, but again, everybody just trying to gain every spot they can here. Got the 67 of Corey Heim making his way up through. Got the 45 of Reddick getting towards his teammate's rear bumper as well. So we've got ourselves a pretty good race going here. All things considered. Let's say maybe in the future we might try some Sporkle quizzes, some NASCAR themed Sporkle quizzes as well. That's a good fun thing we can do during caution periods. It's actually racing related. All right. Well. All right. I'm going to go ahead since we've been green flagged for a lap or so here. I'm going to go ahead and make that call, and we will be right back here, guys. All right, they didn't answer, but SG has crashed. All right, hopefully they get the text because I feel like I've sufficiently warned them. Normally they're all over me about not answering, not warning them when things happen. Alright, so here we go. Again, we're just running around here. Again, Zane Smith out in front of the field. Larson, Herbst, Logano, Heim, the top 5. That is an insane top 5. Here we go, coming around the Arby's corner, the Arby's chicane there. Back towards start finish, and it is going to be 5 to go, 5 laps to go. There we go, come on. Alright, so there we go. I feel like I've sufficiently done everything I can to warn them, so. We're here, we're racing. They're down in your carrier corner here. Again, Heim doing a great job here. Hostar up into the top. Dead. Yeah, Hostar making some moves here. He was a top 5 qualifier here, pre-race. Okay, Ryan Blaney is good, so he's up in the 14th, so I'm not worried about wasting a pick on him at this point. Alright, so there we go. Looks like we're going into a commercial break here with 5 laps to go. Again, Zane Smith, Larson the front 2. I'm curious over the next 2 laps if we're going to see anybody jump the pit road to try and flip the script for stage 3. Now, if Corey Heim gets a win today, that would be insane. Alright, so there we go. Again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Again, 4 laps to go. We're coming down towards the end of it here. Again, this would be the lap I'd be coming to pit road if I'm one of these guys looking to try and flip this stage to get some track position back. I'd be pitting this time by. Especially if I'm not in a position for stage points. If I'm in a position for stage points, I might stay out, try and get the points, especially if I'm someone like Logano, someone like Suarez, someone who's closer to that cut line. But if I'm someone who's way outside, like Custer, well, Custer's in position for points, but he's nowhere near making the playoffs or the chase. If I'm someone who's even further back, like a McDowell, not in terms of points, but in terms of not being in a position to earn any points, I'd be pitting here, flip this stage, and prepare for the final stage. Try and go for the win. Because winning cures everything. As a lot of people like to say. And, well, a lot of people would be right. Here we go. Let's see. As I show on the WNBA game coming up later. Boston loses to Seattle, as they did in the Super Bowl. And here we go. Zane Smith opting to flip the script from there. Brent Cruz still in the pits. There's a SVG and Zilich both back in the pits for after a 30-minute pit stop there. Zane Smith a 10.5. Heim a little bit slow in the pits. Again, it doesn't really matter if you're slow in the pits if you're flipping the stage anyway. Get everything right. I mean, yeah, it matters to beat the other guys that are flipping the stage, but we had a Tyler Reddick spin that people thought might have been thinking could have brought out a caution, but luckily there was nobody ended up hitting him. But some of those guys who might have been close might have been like, "Hey, I got to get on pit road now. If it's either now or never." But yeah, Brent Cruz was on pit road as well. It looked like he was there though for like 28 minutes, so he's almost certainly out of contention to win the race. Oh, and Noah Gragson goes around. He keeps it off the wall though. Say Noah Gragson. Say, does he have a flat tire or contact there? Kind of limping, it looks like. Say, he's definitely not up to pace. Looking at the other drivers around him. So yeah, they're showing the replay of this one. Not sure who that was that spun him out. Looks like the 91 of Magnuson. It looks like might have gotten into the back bumper there of the 4 car. Yeah, Gregson is crab walking. He is essentially done. He's not going to be able to compete with a car that's that bent. But here we go. Kyle Larson jumps down onto pit road, and the pit road is going to close here with Riley Herbst taking 2 laps to go. Pit road is officially closed. Larson, the last one who was able to get there. All right, they got Patrick Mahomes. Didn't see what on the okay. He's hanging out on Kyle Larson's pit box. All right, cool. All right, so we got 2 to go in the stage. 2 laps to go here in the stage. All right, we're making our way through this one though. This race has been entertaining. It has not been boring. That is for sure. There's been a lot of moving up and down the field. There's been a constant, I feel like, battle for the lead of the race. Like right now, there's a pretty good battle going on. All right, let's see. So I think Kyle Larson in 6th. Okay, that's not where Kyle Larson was going to settle up. It's like maybe Blaney is the first driver of the flipping the stages. I'm not sure. Well, I guess we'll have to wait and see who stays out. But here we go. We got battle for the stage win. It's Priest and Herbst on. There's a Herbst on fresher tires than Herbst. Herbst hanging on old tires here. Because Herbst was one of the guys who flipped the script in stage 1, pitting just before the end of stage 1. Priest last pit at lap 30, and yeah, there goes Ryan Priest cruising on by as they headed into the RB chicane and back towards the start finish line to complete this lap, and they will take the white flag in stage number 2. White flag, stage number 2. There we go. Ooh, man. All right, let's see. We got Ryan Priest, Herbst, Allmendinger. Allmendinger could make a real. Oh wait, no, he's too far back to make a real splash in this stage. But yeah, so again, right now, stage 2 looks like it'll be Herbst, Allmendinger. Alright, here we go, here we go. Alright, here we go. Coming down to the end of the stage here. And so we got kind of a gaggle of cars here in the battling for spots like 8 through 12, it looks like. Currently, Joey Logano hanging on to onto the final spot inside the top 10, but you've got 3 cars beating on that back bumper for it. You got Briscoe, you got Dillon, you got Bowman. Meanwhile, you got Ryan Preece running away from Riley Herbst with this stage win here. Down into the RB chicane, through the final set of corners, and it will be Ryan Preece out in front of the field. Stage 2 win goes to car 60. The car that will almost certain is going to be fighting to get a charter at the end of the season. Riley Herbst, 9 points for him. Busher, 3rd. 4th, Allmendinger. 5th will be Blaney. 6th, Hocevar. 7th, Suarez. 8th, Chastain. 9th, Gilliland. 10th place will be Logano. Logano holds them all off down to the line here. All right, well, we go to commercial break here. SVG out of the race. Let's go ahead and hop back over to our football game. Just while we're waiting this one out again. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Again, if you guys would rather see me do something like NASCAR Sporkle quizzes or something NASCAR themed, let me know. This is just what I had ready for today. Again, we can switch it up. But I've been having fun playing this even when I'm not on camera. So, Devon Achan. I have not gotten a 16. I have not gotten a 17-0 on the Ultimate version that I didn't even realize existed until last night. But I have gotten like 8 of them on the Classic. Let's go Jimmy Harb. And the old Harbaugh team. We'll grab Lamar here. Could have grabbed Derrick Henry, but... Alright, we'll grab Neighbors. Alright, let's see. Houston, there's our defense. There's the team that's best for defense here. Buffalo. Well, we got a running back spot open for James Cook. He's not as good as Josh Allen would be, but he's solid. Jacksonville, let's go. We could go Strange. We could go Myers. Let's go Jacoby. Jacoby won Kenobi there. Let's go. Niners offensive line when they're not hurt is good, but let's go Kittle. I think we can. Let's roll the dice on our O line. Yeah, I think there's a lot of good O lines, and that's the worst one we could have gotten. 14-3. Dang it. I thought we might have still had a shot there. I'm kind of surprised we're that far down. I mean, the rest of that team is good. That offensive line definitely killed us, but I did not think we should have been that far down. JSN. There we go. Boom. All right, Trey McBride. Philly, let's go O-line. Lamar. Jackson. Oh, what? Oh, no, we misclicked. Hopefully this run isn't that amazing. Give us like the Titans and some other mid teams that we're gonna try and win it with Skylar Thompson, but we're gonna be more careful next time and not get Skylar. All right, Pit Pat Fryermuth. Olave. Could have gone more there as well because we do need a head coach. There we go. We got ourselves a head coach. And we'll punt running back a little bit. They're coming back from commercial break, so we get Chase Brown. Okay, again, I don't think this would have been a 17-0 team regardless. We get 8 and 9 without Lamar. All right, let's go ahead and spin it again. Again, we're still under caution flag for the stage. Pit stops are going to be beginning here, so we will be keeping an eye on that. Let's go Liam Cohen. Completely forgot about going Cohen when we on that last one. Bucky. In Bucky we trust. Pit road's open. Priest not coming down. Herbst, Allmendinger, and more coming to pit road right now. So we got Priest, Allmendinger. Looks like Hocevar. Not sure who some of the other cars are. Hard to tell. A lot of them are in those patriotic colors this week, which makes perfect sense. So Suarez is one of them. Let's go Andy Reid. Oh, no, we already filled head coach, so that means we get Patrick Mahomes. Could have taken Kelsey too, but there's a lot of teams that kind of rely on that tight end spot being open. So Riley Herbst wins the race off pit road. 23 drivers stayed out. Hocevar, Chastain, Logano all gaining spots. Allmendinger down 3. Suarez down 2. Elliott stays put. Hocevar, Stenhouse stay put as well. All of them taking 4 tires. Shock and surprise. All right, Rams. We go Puka here. I think that's our best remaining spot, although we could have taken O-line there. Loveland. Jefferson. Another team that we could have taken the O-line from. Let's go Gunnar Helm. I'm curious again. Let's see. Wide receiver. So Tony Pollard is their number 1 wide receiver. And their starters are Tate, Robinson, and Ridley. Okay. We still got a spot open for Bijan. All right, I think we still have a shot here. We just need a good O-line. Steelers. Okay, not the worst offensive line in the world. 14-3. Great. All right, one more rocket round, and then we'll be coming back from the commercial. We'll be coming back from our little break here. Yeah, they should be doing the choose cone here in a moment. All right, JSN. Boop. Liam Cohen. Patrick Mahomes. Let's go Steelers defense. Dang it. We can go Nico Collins here. Could have gone David Montgomery there too, especially if we wanted to save a wide receiver spot for one of these teams that has just a good wide receiver. And Mike Gesicki. Yep, that's where we should have taken the running back. James Cook. Well, we get the O-line of the Vikings. It's the thing, we missed on Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson here, and then we get running back from the Bears. Let's go Kyle Monangai. DeAndre Swift might be their number 1, who knows. We missed on... How do we miss on both Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson and still get 14-3? I have no idea. All right, well, let's flip this back on over, and let's get ready to go for the restart. I clearly have no idea on the NFL. Let's skip around to ads for you guys. Alright, here we go. Doubled up, ready to go back racing here, guys. Alright. 42 laps in. I'm going to say we got a little under 35 to go. It'll be like 33 to go when we go green. 33 laps to go. And if we keep it green, we'll be out of here in no time flat. And honestly, these caution periods have not been very long outside of the one red flag. We've only burned 7 laps of caution through 5 caution periods. I mean, that is incredibly quick. I'm saying, in fact, this race is only at about 2 hours of race time. I thought it was going to be nearly 5. I was thinking we were going to be here for like 5 hours. Now, granted, again, we are only just past halfway, but we are past halfway. So we got Priest, Busher, Blaney, Gilliland, Briscoe, Dillon, Bowman, Magnuson, Larson, and Zane Smith, your top 10. Where's Reddick? Actually, let's take a look at my fantasy lineup. Okay, we're doing good. Not that I can affect it at this point. And here we go. Pace cars off. Field in the hands of the RFK teammates, Priest and Busher on the front row. As we go green, 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 green flags out. We are back to racing. All right, Tyler Reddick in 20th. I'm still in 4th place of our guys because 3 guys have all gone down multiple laps here. Oh, Barry just spun around and got clipped on the front, but it got spun back going the right way thanks to that clip that he got hit. So as long as that hit didn't break the suspension or anything, he's... Oh, no, he definitely got the front end destroyed on that car. Yep, Barry is going to be laying down a field of debris, and we are going to see a caution for that at some point. They might wait until the field gets back around and starts coming up on that debris field in a lap or so, but... Yeah, we're going to have to keep an eye on that one as we go further and further into this one. But yeah, Blaney, Gilliland, again, 4 Fords at the front of the field here. Ford doing a pretty good job. And then you got Briscoe, Dillon, the first 2 non-Fords in the field. All right, Mike McDowell versus Tyler Reddick. Making things happen here. Oh! All right, not sure. That was the Carvana Chevy, or not the Carvana Chevy, the Carvana car of Jimmy Johnson that got up in the air on some contact there with what looked like maybe McDowell. Say a lot of contact happening, but not a lot of movement so far, so we're doing okay. Alright, so again, right now we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Oh, and there's the caution. I'm guessing for debris. Let's see. Is it caution for debris off that 21 car that was just laying down a field of it? Yeah, debris somewhere on the racetrack, right there from the 21. Yep, and the contact. Yep, shock and surprise. Yeah, they're saying the debris could have come off of anybody's car. Yeah, no, that is definitely debris from the 21 car. So caution flag comes back out. Let's go ahead and see what there are for NASCAR themed Sporkle quizzes real quick. Problem with the Sporkle quizzes is they can be wrong. So that's just kind of the biggest thing to remember. All right, let's see. All right. Oh man, they made this way too easy. If they want, if they want real NASCAR fans trying this, they've given us the car number for a lot of these. Again, some of them, some of the ones in the 50s will be a little bit tougher. I probably won't get all 77 NASCAR champions on this one, but if we do get an extended red flag period again, or if we get an extended caution period, I might try this one again. Not gonna do it during a regular caution period, but yeah, they got all. We'll get it framed up though, because if we do get a real crash later on, I want to have it ready. So, let's go ahead and boom. All right, we're going to go ahead and Control C, Control V. All right, there it is. I think that's the top corner of it. We'll go ahead and shave off a bunch of that. Try and shave off as many of the ads as we can. That way we can make this as big as possible for you guys. Alright, again, we're still under caution flag. You guys are not missing anything. I'm just trying to get this ready for next time. Alright. Alright. Let's... Boom. And... let's go ahead and just throw something racy in the background. Ah, there we go. Save image. Alright. Image. Existing image. Boop. Boop. Oh, wow, that was a lot smaller than I thought it would be. Which means it's going to be blurry. Let's try and see if we can get a higher resolution photo. Can we get that same photo just in high res? Like, come on. Yeah, there we go. That's a much better resolution. There we go. Alright. Let's try this again. Image. Boom. Browse. Boom. There we go. That is a lot closer to the resolution we were looking for. We'll put it below these two, and boom. Now it's sized just about perfectly. Oh, come on. Alright, there we go. Alright, we're all set up here. We got a couple of cars coming down pit road. We're still under caution flag, but we are not going to do that this time. We're going to wait and do that next time. Next time there's a significant crash that will take some time. So there we go. Got that all set up, and we are ready to go. Boop, 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 boop. Alright, we got 3 people hanging on chat. Thank you guys for everybody that's decided to spend a portion of your very valuable Sunday afternoon here with us. As we are ready to go. We should be ready to go back racing here shortly. Again, it was just a debris caution. Ugh. Here we go. All day value. They got a hop thing, and here we go. Restarts into turn 2. Again, that's been the thing. That was the thing yesterday. Was restarts into turn 2 that ended up leading to that extremely long red flag. I'll go ahead and do just a tester game here. Don't really care. Let's go first, if we have the choice. So yeah, as I say, these restarts into 2, though, have been some of the most important positions today. But yeah, he got significant damage there. I thought he got turned just the right way, but yeah, here we go. Coming off the coming off the final corner here. Green flag's out. We're back to racing. Busher takes off running here. We got Blaney, Priest trying to make something happen here. Here comes Briscoe up the inside of Busher. Or sorry, not Busher, Priest. Sorry. A lot of red, white, and blue Fords at the front of the field. And the 91 of Kevin Magnussen gets turned the wrong direction here. Alright, here we go. Alright, so here we go again. Larson down into the leading this batch as Busher and Blaney have gotten away from the field. Priest is kind of sunk down into the field there. Alright, so here we go. Yeah, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Alright, so here we go. Yeah, we got 30 laps to go here. We got Busher, Blaney, Larson, Zane Smith. We got ourselves a pretty decent collection of cars here at the front of the field. Kind of surprised to see Byron up here. We got Heim making his way up through the grid. Reddick all the way to the back. Come on, man. Reddick's been hanging out at the back a lot today. So here we go. We got 29 to go here. We're working our way through this one pretty quickly here. Again, 29 laps to go. Working our way through this one. All right, laps since last pit. Okay, there we go. So Larson, Zane Smith, Heim, and Byron, all some of the more recent pit stops. Meanwhile, Busher, Blaney are some of those guys who are on older tires here. Blaney's gotten to the back of Busher here. Busher jumped out to an early lead with the acceleration, but Blaney's caught him on consistency here, just being able to run him right back down. I was like, not sure if anyone's going to top SVG for fastest lap of the day. Again, so far it looks like that has been the safe one, but again, it has been a good race so far. Cannot complain. I was like, kind of wish SVG was still in here because he was doing an amazing job at racing through the field, but he was keeping it entertaining, that's for sure. Here we go, here we go. All right, Byron in for a green flag stop. Oh, and looks like there's something seriously wrong with the 24 because they are trying to put the hood up on the 24 car. Not sure what the issue is, but they are going to go ahead and look under the hood here. Looking for something. Oh, we got two cars around. It's Jones and Dillon. Both around, looks like turn 2. All right, here we go. All right, so we got 28 laps to go. Blaney gets by Busher. There we go. Blaney gets by Busher. Larson has caught Busher with fresher tires. I would expect Larson to be able to get by him in no time flat here. All right, so there we go. 28 laps to go, and Larson gets by Busher, clears him for the second position there. All right, there we go. All right, let's see what we got going on here. Alright, so here comes Brad Keselowski in for a short stop. Here we go. Oh, Brad Keselowski looks like, is he going straight to the garage? Yep, looks like Brad Keselowski going straight to the garage here. As we got battle for the lead here, Kyle Larson gets to Blaney and blows right by him like he was saying still. Wow. It's like Kyle Larson, looking like vintage Kyle Larson here. Just absolutely tearing this thing up. Here we go. Locking in, we got 26 to go. We're working our way through this one. It's like going to be a long final stage, but again, the cautions have been quick. Fuel burn, average miles per gallon. Again, miles per gallon is great, but yeah, I mean, there's a wide range of fuel burn here. Burn it anywhere between 3 to 6 mpg. Everybody looks to be in the 3 somethings, at least through the top 15 here. Nobody seems to be burning too much more than that. But again, I mean, what does that really mean when it comes to the laps run here? All right, let's see. Again, we're just working our way through this one. Hopefully, everybody's having a good time. Let's go ahead and skip around to ads for you guys. Showing the points as they run, though, SVG is dangerously close to that cut line. And again, a disastrous day here is not going to help that at all. Again, luckily for him, Keselowski appears to be out the race as well. So that'll help with trying to get into the playoff, trying to stay in the playoffs. But yeah, the SVG needed to have some good days at the road courses this week and next. All right, so here we go. We got Briscoe, McDowell, Gilliland, and Moore coming on to pit road. Magnuson. We got Jones. And oh wow, the Grillo's pickle machine came in. Oh no, they're saying he was too far forward. He had to back it up to get back into the pit box there. 25-second stop there for Gilliland. That's not good. Jones in and out in 10.6. And that is definitely going to say 25 seconds is better than getting a penalty on pit road there. Alright, here we go. We're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Yeah, feel free to let me know some of your guys' thoughts on this race so far, because it's been a pretty good race. Man, we got Larson has jumped out to a massive lead, 3.5, 4 seconds over Blaney for second. Zane Smith, Heim further back again. Larson's starting to dominate like the Larson of old here. Blaney jumping onto pit road here. Looks like Zane Smith gonna follow him onto pit road. Here we go. Yeah, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully, everybody's having a good time. Zane Smith takes 10.7 seconds. Busher 10.2. There we go. There's a good pit stop for the number 17 crew. All right, there we go. Nice quick stop there for the 60 team. 12.6. Okay, not quite as good as their teammate at a 10.2, but that 10.2 was impressive. Just goes to show how impressive that 10.2 should be, because that was a really quick stop. There we go. Again, right now, Kyle Larson just crushing this course here. A 91-mile-an-hour lap. That should take the fastest lap of the day, unless SVG turns something I hadn't seen. Let's see. Fastest lap of the day is still held by. What did SVG get before he came into the pits? He got a 91.4. Okay, yeah, no, SVG might still hold it at a 91.4 mile an hour lap. All right, here we go. Again, we're chilling out here though. 23 to go. Again, Kyle Larson has got now a 5.5 second lead on the field. And I don't know how far you can get on a tank of fuel. I didn't happen to see that during pre-race. Not sure if I was still running around getting something done, because I know I missed a chunk of pre-race, but here we go. All right, here we go. We're just chilling out here. Kyle Larson crushing the field here. Yep, they are still showing SVG as having the fastest lap of the day. So until we see someone beat the 95, the 91.5 bracket, we are going to assume SVG still has it. So there we go. I say Blaney's caught up to Hocevar here after having just come to pit road lap or two ago. Or I thought Blaney had just come to pit road. Saying his last pit stop was at lap 29. That wouldn't make a whole lot of sense. Who's the first of the guys who've already come to pit road this most recent time? In the 40s, at least. Let's see. So the people who pit at 40, we got Hocevar. No, we got Chastain, Bubba, Reddick pit at 43 during the caution after the restart. We got Zane Smith, the first of the drivers to pit at 50. We got McDowell at 49. And Tyler Reddick currently in 8th place. He is the best of our guys. Hey, if I can get the best of our guys, I'll take it. William Byron on pit road, the hood up on that car. And William Byron only 58 points to the good right now on the chase cut line. He and Bell both should be way further up than this. Obviously, Bell has had a host of issues this spring. The sprain, the crash that broke his wrist. Then you have Pocono where he ran out of gas, and now you've got getting out of the car here where Brent Cruz, I think, made a mistake and maybe missed a shift or something, blew the engine out. Oh, there's the 21 car back out running. He's still technically, he's being shown on the lead lap. He should be one lap down because he's behind the leader. But, yep. All right, well, we are chilling out here. Hopefully, everybody is enjoying the race so far. All right, we got ourselves, again, we got Allmendinger and Gibbs duking it out inside the top 10. Battling it out for 8th place, it looks like, behind Tyler Reddick. And, oh, wow, Ty Gibbs's car is in a lot of pieces there. You can see some hoses flapping around or something. As long as everything's still operating correctly, though, I guess there's no real need for him to back off into the pits or anything. He's got Denny Hamlin coming up behind him, though. Denny Hamlin having one of his better road course days if he can get a top 10 out of it. Hey, how's it going? Alright, so here we go. Ryan Blaney jumps onto pit road here. That's going to be another one of these guys who was up in the top 5 coming to pit road. We're waiting to see when Larson will blink here. Again, a lot of drivers seem to be able to go about, seem to think they can go 20 laps on fuel. We'll have to see if that's accurate. So that's how it seemed like throughout the weekend. Maybe the Cup cars burn more fuel. We'll have to wait and see, but all right, 13.4. For Ryan Blaney. Ryan Blaney will now come back out and merge back onto the track here. Racing at the Naval Base Coronado, which, again, man, this track is awesome. Talking about Heim going full-time racing next year for 2311. Racing for the GOAT, Michael Jordan. And Corey Heim, currently in 2nd place, only trailing Kyle Larson. Although he's trailing Kyle Larson by 5.1 seconds. That is not a small gap, and we'll have to see if he can chop into that lead at all here. That car is going to have a really hard time getting caught back up. But yeah, it's been a pretty good race so far and an amazing weekend of racing. Kind of unfortunate that some of our better drivers today, Austin Hill, SVG, and Connor Zillich all got piled up in one wreck together. Michael McDowell also got some heavy contact in that one as well. He has been pretty much irrelevant since the crash. So a lot of our typical road course ringers have kind of been knocked out. The only ringer I think I see up in the top few is AJ Allmendinger. He's kind of the only traditional road ringer left in the front of the field. Jimmy Johnson back, though, making his first Cup start in a long time. Or at least his first Cup Series start that wasn't the Daytona 500 or other crown jewel. So nice to see Jimmy Johnson racing one more time. He's got, I believe after this, he's got one more race on his schedule, and that will be the 2027 Daytona 500, and then I believe he will call it officially a career at next year's Daytona 500. It'll be a sad sight to see for good old Jimmer Johnson. So Ty Gibbs in with a 10.8 second pit stop, nice and quick there for a car that looks like it's been beating the crap out of it. But Corey Heim's reeled in Larson by a second here. I mean, it's not like Larson has to be on the top of his game yet, because again, 4 seconds back is still 4 seconds back, but still plenty of time to see something happen here. 20 laps to go here at San Diego. And they're showing Kyle Larson, Brad Keselowski, a bunch of the drivers who are fathers here. Denny Hamlin hanging with the family. Got Joey Logano and his 3 kids. Got Michael McDowell and his 4 kids there. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there. My dad wasn't feeling good, so I wasn't about to make him come down here and stream. Not to mention he and my mom had other things to do, so they're getting those things done while I stream this. And then we were gonna grill, but yeah, the weather had other plans, so we ended up having to cook in. And then we'll probably watch a movie later tonight if the race gets over relatively soon. Although 8 o'clock might be a little late to start a movie. We'll celebrate sometime this week. As long as you feel appreciated, and honestly, every day should be Father's and Mother's Day. Everybody should be showing appreciation for their parents all year long. Doesn't matter if it's a special day. Doesn't need to be a special day. But yeah, here we go. Again, Josh Berry has gotten to the back bumper of Kyle Larson despite the fact that his car is beat to crap. I'm thinking Larson might be backing off on the throttle, trying to save some fuel, trying to stretch the gas a little bit further. Get a little bit further in before he makes that pit stop. I'm wondering if maybe Larson thinks he can make it about 15 laps on fuel, because we haven't seen anybody go 20. Normally, at the road courses, you can usually make the first stage on fuel, but again, of course, that's not a rule that you have to be able to make it the first stage on fuel. Just at the road courses, that tends to be how it shakes out, and well, stages of 20 laps, I assumed you can make it 20 laps on fuel. But of course, later he pits, he also will have fresher tires for the run to the checkers at the end. So as long as he pits before the crash happens, we'll be all good. But again, with the way they're spread out, I'm not even sure where the crash could come from. I mean, a little bit of a cluster for a little bit further back, but Tyler Reddick making his way up to 4th here. That's pretty good. Denny Hamlin up inside the top 10 still. Well, we got some good contenders here. All right. So again, right now we got Kyle Larson. He's losing time to Corey Heim all the way around here, but again, he very well could be pacing himself. Don't want to tear up your car. Don't want to ruin your tires trying to push it too hard. All right, so it's been 19 laps since they last pit, so they can easily make it from here on fuel. That is not a question now. Now it's just about trying to pit and get the freshest tires you possibly can. So last lap time for a lot of these guys, about 2 minutes, 18 seconds here. And so they're making some decent lap times despite trying to save the fuel. But again, Corey Heim is just booking it around here trying to catch Kyle Larson. This is Kyle Larson, the race leader, currently on a 40 race winless streak. Yeah, Kyle Larson currently on a 40 race winless streak here. They're gonna say Zane Smith is one to watch. All right, where's Zane Smith? He's up inside. He's just gotten into the top 10 there. So there we go. Zane Smith up inside the top 10. Chris Buescher, shock and surprise. I think everybody would say he's one to watch. The two of them both pit back on lap 50, so they could theoretically, if they can make it 25 laps on a tank of fuel, could theoretically make it to the checkered flag from there. All right, there we go. Here we go. All right, there we go. We got a lot of racing still ahead of us here. Brad Keselowski in the pits, Gregson, SVG, Zilich, a bunch of them are out of the race. Done for the day. I'm hoping, as I say, Tyler Reddick up inside the top 5. I would love to see Reddick still. If Reddick wins this race, that would be incredibly fun. Because I had him picked to win the race, and well, if I can't have a good fantasy day because SVG and everybody else that was relevant decided to crash, might as well have a good point stay in the Pick'em League. All right, well, my mom managed to have 4 drivers that aren't on the record. I got 4 that aren't on the record, but they're all kind of in the mid pack right now. And then I got all 4 of the bottom wrong right now, which is really hurting my points. And my dad got Zilich, SVG, and then 4 guys that are still in the race. Okay, that's not bad. And he's got all 4 on the bottom wrong right now as well. So he and I have the exact same 4. They're all yes or no's. So if he's got all 4 wrong, I've got all 4 wrong. We got the same 4. Yeah, so they're showing awesome the camera work here. All right, Corey Heim has now gotten to the back of Kyle Larson. Now the question is, can Corey Heim pass Kyle Larson, or has Kyle Larson been sandbagging to try and avoid burning up his stuff? Because Larson and Corey Heim, they both have been on the track for a while. They both pit just before the end of stage 2, and that was the last time either one of them came to pit road. So Buescher up to 8th, Zane Smith to 9th. Those are your 2 hard chargers on fresh fuel and tires. Yeah, go Heim. Hey, this will be awesome if we get to see Heim versus Larson. And yeah, again, Buescher versus Zane Smith. That'll be an interesting duel to watch down the stretch. Could he get his first win? Definitely could. The hard part is right now, again, the fuel mileage is not in their favor. They're not going 35, 40 laps to the checkers. Here they both come. Larson, Heim, both to the pit road. All right, here we go. Down pit road. It's gonna be a pit race here. The 5 crew, the 67 crew. Who will get it done? First to his pit box is car 67, Corey Heim. And no, I'm not about to make that joke. I'm not about to say it. And here we go. Larson finds his pit box, and 11.6 for Heim. 11.6 seconds for Heim. Kyle Larson, 10, 11, 11.1 for Kyle Larson. Larson enters with the lead. He's going to exit ahead of Heim as well. So he managed to hold off Heim here, and now they can both go full go to the end. The question is, how far are the pit stops going to drop him back? Looks like 8th or 9th. Yeah, no mistakes. Nice and easy. Yeah, you don't need to deal with a mistake right about now. Michael McDowell in 10th. Okay, he pitted at lap 49, so he's ready. He's still got fairly fresh stuff as well. The question is, can the 50 lappers make it 25 laps to the checkers. And say Hamlin's on lap 22 on his stuff right now. So again, I think you probably can make it 25 laps. The question is, do you want to? Those are some yellow lights along the edge. I don't know why they have yellow lights along the edge if we're not under a caution. So that is very confusing. But yeah, Hyman Larson, though, both having fresh stuff. Oh, we got Stenhouse kind of trying to weave his way into the pulling into the runoff area. Down past turn 2. Oh no, there's oil on the track. If you haven't come to pit road, pit now. Pit. If you haven't pit yet, pit now, because we may be about to get another caution if there's really oil on the track somewhere. Get to pit road as soon as possible. Hocevar hits pit road. Reddick hits pit road. Everybody should be coming. Everybody. Pit. Pit before the oil gets us a yellow flag. Bubba Wallace hits pit road. Caution flag flies. There it is. Reddick, Hocevar, Bubba Wallace. Those are the 3 that made it to pit road. I don't think Chastain made it on time. We'll have to wait and see. 15 laps to go. All right, we got ourselves a caution. We're gonna have ourselves a restart here. Oil on the track, it sounds like, would be the cause for it. So now we got ourselves a very interesting situation. I think a lot of the 50-somethings, come to pit road, get fresh tires, because you don't want to be trying to restart on 10, 15 lap tires here. Oh! Yeah. Oh, yep. A lot of oil coming out the back of the 47 car. They waited to throw the yellow, allowing a couple of guys to get to pit road. Say 84 Jimmy Johnson could have told you immediately that something was coming out of that 47 car. All right, so caution flag here. This changes everything pretty much. We got McDowell, we got Reddick, we got Suarez. A couple of guys further back here that, as I think those 3 guys are probably going to be pitting. As Reddick was on pit road when the caution flag flew. If he was able to maintain an 8th place position, that's going to be insane for his track position when he gets back, when we get back going, because he's going to be on even fresher tires than the guys who pit at 50-something. So yeah, we're going to have to wait and see when this all cycles around, but we may be in position for a really big fuel mileage game here. Or not fuel mileage game, but fresh tire war, which fresh tire wars are even more fun than fuel mileage games. Because fuel mileage is fun because we don't always know how far the cars can go on fuel. Like last week, I think a lot of us thought Bell was going to be able to get there. And then he didn't. And last week, yeah. But then we got tonight where we're going to have a tire war where these drivers are all going to be on fresh rubber racing as hard as humanly possible for a somewhat short space of time. I hope that this is the last yellow so we can actually have a distance battle on fresh tires rather than a constant restart mess, because I don't want to see a constant mess of restarts. But, there we go. Good old NASCAR commercial there. Talking about the 250th anniversary of the country. Looking forward to July 4th. That's going to be a fun weekend at Chicagoland. Return to Chicagoland Speedway. I'm also curious to see how this Washington D.C. event works for the NTT IndyCar Series. Supposedly, it's gonna be a free to attend IndyCar race, which that is insane. And I don't know how you're gonna manage the crowd size there. I mean, if you only have a limited number of tickets, then undoubtedly some scalpers are gonna go ahead and try and buy them, or not buy, but get them all, or get as many as they can, and then and then charge out the wazoo for them afterwards. And then it doesn't really become a free event for those people. Or if you don't have a limit on tickets, then scalpers can't make any money. But then you have the downside of trying to control a crowd that could be any number of potentially millions of people. Granted, it's an IndyCar race. IndyCars don't get a lot of attention, but access to Washington, to a big event like that on Washington D.C. Capitol Hill, is going to be insane. What time? What day and time is the DC race? We might stream that. Let's see. Music City Grand Prix, Portland, view full schedule. All right, here we go. DC for the Freedom 250 is going to be the 23rd of August. They don't have a time posted yet. 23rd of August is a Sunday. That is New Hampshire Day. Great. If I'm at New Hampshire, I won't be able to stream that, obviously. Depending on the time, maybe if they do a noon race, if I choose not to go to New Hampshire, I could do both. So we'll figure out when we get closer to it, or when a start time is actually announced for that. But man, I would love to cover the Washington D.C. race from here. At least I'm not a big fan of DC, and I'm not really a big fan of people. So big crowd of people in DC does not sound like a very fun time. All right, so current odds to win: Corey Heim, the second favorite outside of Kyle Larson. Oh, Michael McDowell still in the top 5 on odds makers to go ahead and win this race. Let's go, Michael McDowell. All right, let's see. They should be opening pit road this time by. Actually, I just got an idea. Gonna write this down for the podcast. Alright, got that written down. We'll get this taken care of, and yeah, it should be a ton of fun here. Alright, we're waiting for pit stops. Pit stops have still not occurred here. Hocevar maintaining fourth here on fresh tires. This is gonna be insane. We got Hocevar, Larson. Here comes the front three on the pit road. Michael McDowell coming as well. I think I saw Michael McDowell coming. Maybe not. We'll have to wait and see. But a lot of drivers coming to pit road here, and we are getting ready for this one. Welcome on in. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. All right, here we go. We got Busher, Zane Smith, Hamlin, McDowell, the front four coming off pit road. Then we got Blaney, Logano, Briscoe, Cindric, Suarez losing 4 spots there on pit road. All right, so McDowell was one of the 4 coming down pit road. Okay, so they got this NASCAR versus Navy documentary that Prime's been pushing. I might check it out, but we'll have to wait and see. Alright, come on. Let's get back to racing here. Come on. Alright, let's see. Kyle Larson still inside the top 5. Let's go. Next highest would be JP's pick with Kevin Magnussen. That's actually not looking like a terrible pick today. Am I going to have the only pick inside the top 10? That would be insane. Let's say we got 4 picks that ended up off the lead lap in. Yeah, with Austin Hill, Zilich, Van Gisbergen. Okay, I guess it's only 3 that ended up off the lead lap. Then we got McDowell, Priest, Allmendinger, Magnussen, and Reddick, the other drivers that we picked on the podcast this week. And yeah, if you guys want to check it out, look up Lap Down Podcast. I believe it's with CEG Media. Alright, there we go. Again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Alright, so we got Hocevar, Busher, Larson, Heim, and Reddick, the front 5. As we are about to have a really exciting restart here. As they're going through a bunch of the stuff about the base. I love seeing. As I love seeing the NASCAR guys getting involved here, and so the NASCAR and the military guys getting involved, working together here. Again, just being able to see all these vessels in the water are awesome. So they're going ahead and thanking the people for operating the cameras, and I want to just give a quick thank you as well to the producers. Yeah, putting on the Amazon Prime broadcast, because I mean these broadcasts have been amazing. They've really been doing a top notch job with the broadcast, and the best part about this is that you don't have to potentially change the channel if you get to the 6 o'clock news time, or if an earlier sporting event runs long. Don't have to worry about flipping the channel, because there's no channel. Just when you're clicking on the TV for the race, you just click it onto the channel that the race is on. Here we go. Coming through the RB chicane. Pace car is going to run for cover, leaving the field in the hands of Hocevar and Larson. As we get ready to go, green flags out. We are back to racing. Larson versus Hocevar. Can Hocevar get his second career win today? Spire's fourth career win? That would be awesome. We got a couple of guys scraping that fence. It looks like Reddick looking for 3 to try and make it 3 wide here into turn. I believe, is this turn 2? I think that's turn 2. Yeah, down into turn 2 here. You've got Larson and Hocevar still side by side, kind of clogging the track here. Reddick looking for an opportunity to try and take it 3 wide. Doesn't find it, but gets 2 wide with Larson. Gets past Larson, and now he's looking to try and get side by side with Hocevar for the race lead. And right now, Reddick is doing a masterful job here on the road course. Here we go. Kyle Larson getting kind of moved to the outside line here. Here comes Corey Heim following his corporate teammate through the... Actually, his in-house teammate. Sorry, I completely forgot that those were the same team. But yeah. Corey Heim in the 67 car trying to follow the 45 through these gaps. We have 3 Michael Jordan racing cars up in the top 5. 3 2311 cars. Reddick, Heim, and Wallace all inside the top 5. All now past Kyle Larson on pace here, trying to make this one happen. And now you've got Tyler Reddick threatening Carson Hocevar for the lead. Could you imagine a 1, 2, 3 for Michael Jordan and Denny Hamlin? That would be an awesome exclamation point on what has been an awesome race. Hocevar putting some good blocks here as we're heading down towards, I believe, the next set of corners. Okay, no, we got one more set of corners before the before we come to the RB chicane. But there we go. Reddick gets clear of Hocevar. Out in front of the field goes Tyler Reddick. 12 laps to go. It's about to be 11 to go as they head down into the RB chicane. Down here. Hocevar goes around. Hocevar loops it. Gets tagged by, looks like the one car of Chastain. And now the 77 car is going to try and get this thing back going. There is some fire coming out of it, but it looks like that might have just been coming out of the tailpipes as he was trying to get it into gear. And now you've got the 2311 team 1, 2, 3. Could we see a sweep of the top 3 spots for Corey Heim and friends at 2311 Racing? That would be awesome. Corey Heim might have gone and gotten into the back bumper of the 77 car there, but I think if you ask most drivers, Hocevar probably had it coming for a young driver to kind of get over aggressive and into him. But again, a lot of drivers trying to avoid it, and just kind of a door check there with the one car of Ross Chastain. Which, if you ask Denny Hamlin, Chastain probably had that one coming too, but. Here we go. 11 laps to go here. Working our way through this one. It's been a pretty good run so far. Hopefully you guys are enjoying it. Yeah, if you guys are enjoying the race, feel free to let me know by hitting the like button and subscribing because of news. So you guys don't miss any future videos or live streams. And feel free to let me know how you guys are enjoying this race here in the chat. But we've got ourselves 11 laps to go here. 3 of the Michael Jordan cars at the front of the field. Kyle Larson in 4th. I kept saying a sweep. It wasn't a sweep yet. Riley Herbst is now going to be looking to try and get into that top 4. If we could see 2311 get 1, 2, 3, 4, that would be insane to see all 4 running inside the top 4. That would be insane. Again, Riley Herbst working his way up. He's got a little ways to go before he can get to Larson. As I say, they're all inside the top 5, but to get 4 for 4 into the top 4, that would be literally insane. Corey Heim, though, doing a great job of just running behind Reddick, not running too close to Reddick. Learn from him. Learn what you can from him. And hey, if you get a chance later in the race, go for it. But right now, with 10 laps to go, you don't want to be the one that pressures your teammate into a mistake. You want to just learn from him while you can. You got plenty of time, 10 laps to go. And Tyler Reddick just turned the best lap of the race. 91.5 miles per hour average speed around this racetrack. As a Corey Heim jumps up to a 91.4. That is right at SVG's level from earlier in the race. We're starting to see some of the fastest laps of the weekend being turned right about now. There we go. Talking about Tyler Reddick being a 2-time O'Reilly Series champion, and again with how he's running today, this week and next week are his 2 chances to try and extend this points lead back out after Denny Hamlin spent the last 3 weeks reeling him right back in. Let's go on, go for it. At this point, I really want to see the 4-car sweep. I want to see 1, 2, 3, 4 2311 cars. Yeah, Riley Herbst has run down Larson here. As we could realistically see 1, 2, 3, 4 for 2311. Come on, 2311 with a 1, 2, 3, 4 would be insane. Come on. Let's go. Come on, come on, come on. Say 2311 just showing off at this point. Oh, yeah. You know what would be really funny? Get the cars in numerical. Try and get the cars in numerical order as best you can. The 23. Well, at least the first 3 cars. The 35 is kind of the weird outlier car number there, but get the 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Get those cars lined up in numerical order would be hilarious. And then what would you need? You'd need the 89 car to be Riley Herbst's number. 89's open. Come on. We could get all the cars in numerical order. I've never really understood why 35 and not 89 or something to try and make the sequential number thing. Because obviously you can't really do I guess you could do 01, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But I think 8, 9 would make more sense. So 89. I think that'd be hilarious as a option. But again, at this point, they are absolutely doing an absolute demonstration of speed here. Tyler Reddick just knocked SVG off the best lap of the weekend conversation here. Riley Herbst hanging about a second off of the back bumper of Larson. He's dropping a little bit, which not great. He's about a second and a half back of Larson now. If you're looking to try and get the 1, 2, 3, 4 here, you'd need something bad to happen to Larson, or you need Riley Herbst to really figure this out. But again, you are absolutely cruising here. And this race has been amazing. Hopefully you guys are enjoying it. Again, this is some of the greatest racing we've seen. 40 starts on road courses. Only 1 top 5 at a road course in Bubba Wallace's 40 starts. That's an insane statistic. Yeah, again, I've been saying it. Riley Herbst, all he needs to do is get past Larson, and we can have a 1, 2, 3, 4 shutout for 2311. But because only one team's ever done that before. That was Hendrick Motorsports, a much more established team at Dover Motor Speedway. Yeah, in one of their more dominant seasons of recent memory. That's the only time a team's ever gone 1, 2, 3, 4 at a race. And now we're on the verge of seeing 2311, a much younger team, a much more ragtag team. They don't even have a 4th car full time, and managing to make this happen. There we go. Prime. Commercial free through the checkered flag. Let's go. 9 laps to go. Now 8. 8 laps to go here. as everybody's working their way through this one, taking these laps away. We got ourselves a really good day going here. All right. So far, though, it's been a really good race, all things considered. We got a little bit of action further back here in the pack that we're keeping an eye on as well. We got the 43 of Jones going door to door with the ally machine of in the 48. Say it's not much, but hey, it's a pass for, what would that pass be for? 18th at the moment? Looks like 18th. Ryan Blaney just outside the top 10 conversation here. 2024 Watkins Glen winner for Chris Buescher. The one he outdueled SVG for that win. Chris Buescher would be a driver I'd be worried about if we get another restart. Yeah, if you get another caution and another restart, Chris Buescher would be one to watch. But at this point, I think everybody's keeping their eyes firmly peeled on these 2311 Toyotas. Honestly, I think all the races so far this I think all the races this weekend, this entire weekend has been a great success for this race, and I would love to see this thing continue. In fact, this might even convince me to go to a race in California, which, if you guys don't know me, I'm not a big fan of the state of California for plenty of reasons, Hollywood being most of them. And not to get into politics, but yeah, the state as a whole, especially just kind of the way the cities are run, not my favorite. Yeah, but again, this might talk me into going to a race in California. I was looking at a West Coast race to begin the year. I was like, and Corey Heim actually overtook his teammate for the fastest lap of the weekend. There we go. A 91.8 put up there by Corey Heim. Let's go. Again, we're charging through this one. Again, this race is, we've kept the caution periods have been short. We only had 11 caution laps throughout the 7 cautions today. I mean, that is extremely short. We didn't run a full stage worth of cautions here. And again, we are just churning out these fastest laps here. Heim's coming. The question is, does he get there? Is kind of the big question. Man, I want to see Larson moved out of the way here so bad. I want to see the 2311 1, 2, 3, 4. I also want to see Allmendinger get a top 5. That'd be cool. So yeah, we just need Larson to just disappear. If you're not gonna win, Larson, just disappear. And say your fans want you to win or disappear. I'm sure. They don't want a 4th place. They want to win, or they want you to go like Ricky Bobby, either win or you're either first or last. But right now you've got the crew chiefs here trying to coach their drivers. 7 laps to go here. Heim, Bubba Wallace, all chasing Reddick right now. Reddick, the Pied Piper of the Michael Jordan cars here. This has been awesome. Hopefully you guys are enjoying this one. Again, it is not over by a long shot. Heim is stalking Reddick right now. Tyler Reddick trying to run as far and as fast as he can away. Heim trying to learn from one of the best road course racers in the Cup Series and just follow him through. Save a little bit of fuel, maybe a little bit of tires just in case you need to run. Just in case you get a late race restart to the point where you're not going to pit because you're not going to let a pit stop potentially ruin your day. And we got a battle here between Bubba Wallace and Larson. Come on, cameras. Give us Larson and Bubba for just a moment. These guys aren't going to wreck each other while you go talk about Larson and Bubba for 5 seconds. Come on, we got Bubba and Larson side by side. Or, there we go. Thank you. Finally. Catching on. Well, you've been yelling at them for a few seconds, and now we get Allmendinger passing Riley Herbst. So Riley Herbst's not even in position for a top 5 at the moment. Again, Herbst's always kind of the. But man, 23-11 with a 1-2-3, still an impressive showing, even if Herbst doesn't get back up there. But again, right now you got Larson all over the back bumper of Bubba Wallace. Bubba's actually been able to stretch a little bit of a gap here between the two. Not sure if Larson made some kind of mistake that cut that, or if Bubba Wallace just found something that Larson hasn't yet. But whatever it is, these two guys, they are keeping, as I say, Larson's doing his best to try and keep close. Now, the problem is you're trying to keep close to a guy who's nearly 6.5 seconds behind his teammates for the lead. So even if you do get by Bubba, you're going to have a hard time catching the Corey Hyman, Tyler Reddick show at the front. Oh, yeah, Riley's proving he belongs in the Cup Series. I think the question is, does he belong in that level of car? Because I could definitely see him being I could see him absolutely being a worthwhile candidate for the third Legacy Motor Club seat. I just don't know about a 2311 seat with how competitive those cars have been. I mean, look at Tyler Reddick winning 5 races, about to be his 6th race of the season. I think that he is a great driver. I think he just I think he needs to be on like a B to C tier, a B minus to C plus tier team. And again, it's nothing against him. It's just that's where I feel like he's kind of at that Paul Menard level almost. And so he's good. He's learning the consistency side of things, but he's not really a driver who should be in equipment that's going for A pluses on a weekly basis when it comes to driver grades. Because again, he shouldn't be. I don't think anyone's grading him like that, or no one should be grading him like that. They should be grading him on a bit of a curve. But when you look at his teammates, at how successful they've been. Speaking of teammates, so here comes Kyle Larson to the inside, and he gets by Bubba Wallace. There we go. Kyle Larson passes Bubba Wallace for the lead. Not for the lead, sorry, for third. And now he's going to try and see if he can run down this 8-second gap to Heim and Reddick. Without a caution, I think this is the Heim and Reddick show. And Heim and Reddick are close, so it is certainly not over yet. Could Corey Heim lead his one and only lap of his NASCAR Cup Series career and win the race? That would be hilarious. Leading a singular lap in your entire career and having a race win to go with it. That would be an insane statistic. I'm all here for it. Let's go. Corey Heim takes the lead, final lap, leads his first lap of his career. Actually, has he led a lap in his career? I don't know. Let's see. I'm here for it. Hey, that'd be a hilarious storyline. Okay, so he did lead some laps at Daytona earlier this year. Do they have a number of laps he's led? No, of course not. Okay, 77 laps. Wow. Okay, I did not realize Corey Heim had already led 77 laps in his career. I'm still down for a one lap, adding only one lap to that. Yeah, and having it be one lap and one race win. But I did not realize he had led 77 laps at this point in his career. Sorry, I certainly didn't remember him leading at Daytona at all. And then again, Daytona feels like it was an eternity ago, especially given everything that happened through the month of May. I mean, I feel like that last week of May, one, because of the rain, and two, because of the other thing that happened that weekend. I feel like that weekend just took forever. But we're 4 laps away from the end of this one here. And right now, Tyler Reddick's not looking like he's ready to give it up yet. They're coming down towards the RB chicane. Do not pull a Tyler Reif here, Corey. Do not pull a Tyler Reif. Okay, no, they got one more set of corners. Now they got the RB's chicane. My bad. I was a little bit early for that one, but still, that would be hilarious. But yeah, again, though, anyone say people saying like, "Oh yeah, this is proof Riley Herbst is proving he belongs." He's had races where he has proven that. This one might not be the right example. Getting passed by Allmendinger, running in line with Zane Smith. I mean, again, those are kind of his caliber of drivers slash team combos. I think Zane Smith is in a worse car significantly, but I think he's a little bit better a driver than Herbst. And here we go. Corey Heim looking to the inside on the 45. 3 laps to go. 3 laps to go. Here comes Corey Heim. He has decided that now is the time to go for it. A 10-second lead on third place. And Corey Heim to the lead at San Diego. Corey Heim versus Tyler Reddick. Tyler Reddick back up the inside. Not able to get there. Corey Heim exits the corner with the lead. There we go. Corey Heim in front at San Diego. Let's see. Can Corey Heim get his first career NASCAR win? His first career NASCAR Cup Series win before he even goes full time. Meanwhile, Tyler Reddick really wants to extend that points lead as much as he can. Those extra points for winning the race are crucial here for helping him secure that regular season championship. If Reddick can win this race, his chances at winning the regular season championship go way up. And again, Heim timed that move beautifully into turn 2 there and just getting by his teammate there. And I say, now the question is, can Tyler Reddick find some speed, reel back in his teammate, and run him down? It is going to be tough, but I think there's a chance. The question is, can he do it, and does he have enough time to do it? Because, again, Corey Heim's starting to run quite a ways out there. Meanwhile, again, that side-by-side duel was awesome. Here we go. Into the Arby's chicane. Heim manages that beautifully. Coming across the line, Corey Heim leads a lap at San Diego. So Corey Heim on pace to potentially win his first career NASCAR Cup Series race. 20 lead changes. Can Reddick make it 21 lead changes here? Or are we going to see the 67 car go to victory lane here? All right, the 45 car chasing Heim all the way through this one. 2 laps to go here. But oh no, Reddick slows way down. Let's say Reddick slows way down. They're talking about he may have a flat tire. Yeah, through carrier corner. Let's see what ended up happening here. I'm not sure. Yeah, it looks like maybe left front tire down for Tyler Reddick. Oh no! A tire down on Tyler Reddick's race car. Corey Heim now has a 9-second lead to go defend. Tyler Reddick blows a tire here. And now it's Bubba Wallace trying to keep the 1-2 alive for Michael Jordan here. But it is Heim time for Corey Heim to go ahead and get this first career win. Corey Heim. Let's go. All right, here we go. Coming down. Say he's got one set of corners left here before we see the white flag. One to go. All right, here we go. Through the RB chicane. He's got no. He doesn't have a person to watch at this point to gauge it. But here we go. Corey Heim, white flag, one lap to go. Corey Heim has a shot at his first NASCAR Cup Series win. First win as a part-time driver, up over the little bit of a bump there, down towards turn number 2 here. Corey Heim currently sitting with a 10-second lead over Bubba Wallace after his teammate just lost a tire. Corey Heim rounding these corners just has to be perfect. Through 3, down into carrier corner with the big airplane carrier out in the bay. Corey Heim is doing something really special. He has a full lap to essentially take it in. You are going to be, as long as you can avoid a major issue, you're going to be able to find yourself in victory lane at one of the coolest NASCAR races in NASCAR history. The San Diego Street Course in and around Naval Base Coronado. This is awesome. Again, a 10-second advantage over Bubba Wallace. Has not shrunk at all, but his teammate did blow a tire. And here we go. Corey Heim. Through the last set of corners, just be careful. Back up your corners. You can give up a second. You can give up 9 seconds. All you need to do is win by a fender, and you're currently 10.5 up with the fastest lap of the day. Corey Heim is about to have a max points day. Almost. Not technically. As I didn't get stage points, but as I got his first top 5 here in his 7th NASCAR Cup Series start. Oh, Kevin Magnussen actually just beat you for the best lap of the day. Oh, please tell me Heim is on pace to beat Kevin Magnussen's lap, because K-Mag just took the best lap of the day award away. Through the RB's corner, though, it's the last lap. It is Corey Heim, and it is Heim time for another Michael Jordan win. Corey Heim, you are a Cup Series winner in 13 starts. Congratulations, Corey Heim. And now we wait for the rest of them to come back. Oh, man, that was an awesome race win, man. Corey Heim, Bubba Wallace, Larson, Zane Smith, and Allmendinger the top 5. And then you've got Buescher, Chastain, Herbst fell all the way to 8th, Ryan Blaney 9th, and Michael McDowell fights his way back up into the top 10. Let's go, McDowell! Top 10. Oh, man, that is awesome. Ryan Preece with a good run as well, up in the 11th place finish. First Cup wins to come on road courses. You've got Allmendinger in 14, Elliott in 2018, Christopher Bell in 21, Ross Chastain, Suarez, Reddick, SVG, and Corey Heim. An elite group of drivers there to get their first wins on road courses. And Corey Heim, the latest of them. Let's go. Heim time, yep, there we go. He'll be a big star. He'll be the next big star. Hey, I hope so. Again, I'm always worried. I'm always cautious about crowning someone as a next star too early. But man, that is an awesome. That was an awesome run there for Corey Heim. An epic win there for the driver. Yeah, for Corey Heim here. Yeah, but as per usual, if you guys did just come for the race reaction, obviously, race is over. But yeah, as per usual, we will go through the full finishing order. So if you want to hear where your favorite driver finished, we'll go through. But yeah. But if you guys did just come for the race reaction, we will be back next week for Sonoma Raceway. I will try and keep you guys updated on what the schedule is going to look like on that Saturday. But until next time, I will see those of you guys at Sonoma. And again, we'll go through the full finishing order. Again, Corey Heim, 13th career start, and he is a race winner after an incredible duel there with Tyler Reddick, and Tyler Reddick ends up with a blown left front tire that ends up costing him any shot to try and fight back with his teammate there. Then you got Bubba Wallace in second, another great day there for Bubba Wallace. Kyle Larson now on a 41 race winless streak. Zane Smith in fourth place, fifth place road course ringer AJ Allmendinger. Then you got Chris Buescher sixth, seventh for Ross Chastain after his spin where he ended up door to door with the 77 at Hocevar. Riley Herbst, after being in that top five late, ends up coming home eighth place. Ninth for Ryan Blaney, 10th Michael McDowell, 11th place for Ryan Preece, 12th will be Chase Elliott. Not a bad day for Elliott given how he started. Average running position in the 20s. Yikes. Then you got Daniel Suarez coming home 13th. Not bad. Denny Hamlin 14th. That's a lot better than his average on road courses. And with the flat tire on Reddick's car, Denny Hamlin may very well be your points leader right now. Ty Gibbs 15th. 16th will be John Hunter Nemechek. 17th is where we find Briscoe. 18th Joey Logano. 19th is where we find Carson Hocevar after he had that incident late in the race with Corey Heim. And running out of the top 20 will be Eric Jones. Todd Gilliland 21st. 22nd will be Austin Cindric. 23rd Cody Ware. 24th will be Austin Dillon. 23rd, Cody Ware. 24th, Austin Dillon. Yep. I'm not sure if that's what I said or not, but that's how it is. Tyler Reddick, 25th. 26th will be Alex Bowman. Kevin Magnussen with a 92.3 mile an hour lap right there at the end, taking the fastest lap award in 27th place. Kevin Magnussen out here just showing off a massive burnout on the start-finish line for the fans here at the Naval Base Coronado. Let's go. Jimmy Johnson finishes 28th in his hometown. Josh Berry, 29th, the last car on the lead lap. Ty Dillon comes home one lap down in 30th. Then you got Cole Custer 3 laps down in 31st. William Byron 7 laps behind the race in 32nd. 33rd will be Ricky Stenhouse Jr., who comes home 16 laps short of the checkered flag. Brad Keselowski 34th place, 16 laps short of the checkered flag. Noah Gragson 35th place, 38 laps shy of the checkered flag, and then then you've got your big four here. You got SVG 43 laps short of the checkered flag in 36th, 37th for Austin Hill, 44 laps off the pace. Connor Zilic also coming home 37th, 44 laps off the pace, and then Christopher Bell, who ultimately got subbed out for young driver Brent Cruz at the first caution flag, comes home 47 laps short of the checkered flag. So that will be the full finishing order here from the NASCAR Cup Series race at the Naval Base Coronado. I just want to hear this interview here from Brent Cruz, and we will go ahead and I'll be off in a minute or two. If you guys have any last questions, get them in now. Alright, that is awesome. I love hearing a first time winner, young driver. Can't wait to see Corey Heim for years to come. But until next time, hopefully you guys enjoyed. I will see you guys next video. Live stream, whatever you decide to do with this night. Not I'm gonna try and have a video out to you guys midweek. I know I've been saying that a couple weeks in a row, but I'm gonna try and get one out to you guys midweek here. But until next time, hopefully you guys enjoyed. Not sure about Saturday, and I will definitely be here for Sunday though from Sonoma. So until next time, I will see you guys later.